Hello and welcome everybody back to the Vespyr Premier League. This is week 8, I believe, and this game is going to be between Epic Avalanche on the blue side and 8's Gaming on the purple side now. My name is Tasty Aldar. With me is good bro Joe.
Very much Aladar, and yes indeed, 8-second Gaming versus Avalanche, starting off with the first few bans coming through. Fairly targeted as well, that's Zed getting taken away from Vespyr. Seen it before, don't want to see it again apparently, and Vane getting taken away from Imber.
Yeah, Vane very much a strong Vane and Zed, but Vane in particular shout target ban to me because Zed can be considered to be quite OP in the current meta. Fiora, Graves, obviously just very strong picks all around, so it makes sense to be seeing those ones banned away as well.
It's just mainly the highest masteries at the minute are being taken away. I mean, Imber has got the highest on Vayne. It's one of those champions where you don't see it massively often, but when it is played by someone who knows how to do it, then it can be such a nuisance. And obviously, Fiora Graves really pretty much the OPs in this meta. Fiora fell off a little bit, knowing there's ways to play around it, but it's still one of those dark horses, and Nautilus Janna being taken away as well. So we'll have to see what they decide to pick up for this first pick. Would expect something along the side of a jungle pick, and it is indeed as they pick up the Kindred.
Yeah, good call there. That will be the Kindred going over to Kake in the jungle. Nidalee was open, and we know Kake for his Nidalee, but the Kindred is what he's going to go with today. I mean, perhaps it's been a while since we saw that almighty Nidalee, so he might have favoured some other champions since then. On the other side, this does mean that there are still some quite heavy priority picks still available. Alistar being one of them. Braum also still available. Lucian will be locked in for Nightwind, and we'll be able to see here whether they go for the Braum Lucian bot lane or whether they stick with the Alistar hover they're currently going for.
Yeah, I mean, if you go for the Alistar, then it is a fairly strong lane in itself, and Alistar does bring some fairly good utility later on into Kindred, because you can just headbutt people out of the ultimate to try and just get a sneaky kill on them, which is also a problem I see with first picking Kindred. It'd be interesting to see whether they decide to go for maybe a Gragas jungle here, just so as soon as Kindred drops the ultimate, you can just barrel everybody straight out of the way.
Yeah, another one of them also that, the Azir, the Emperor's Divide, of course. Booting Kindred out of her own ultimate and making it your own in a very
very much so.
Subjugating sort of fashion.
It is a bit of a risky first pick, but going to be confident enough. I mean, Kake is one of those highly aggressive players in the jungle, so it's definitely his style of play, and we'll have to see how well he can make it work in the early and mid game. But looks like we're going to see the bot lane hover possibly from Kake. Hovering the Jhin at the minute is a strong champion, has a lot of catch potential with that ultimate and his deadly flourish, and his lane pressure itself is just immense at the minute.
Yeah, no, very, very strong champion indeed. However, one champion that can be quite strong against the Jhin is the Alistar, because he brings so much hard engage. The Jhin, obviously, without any dash, without any real mobility, finds it very difficult to stay away from those flash engages we could be seeing out of the Alistar. However, it will be locked in alongside a Rek'Sai. So that's going to be a remade lobby. I believe the Rek'Sai is probably not the intentional pick there, unless we're going for some duo jungle shenanigans. Yeah, apparently there was a bit of client lag on the side of Epic Avalanche, so we'll be remaking that lobby. We'll be going through the same few bans and picks to start with. Apparently it was a random pick that it decided, and it just happened to be the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I mean, technically you could have flexed Kindred down to AD carry, but as soon as you pick up that Jhin, it kind of defeats that hope, unless you want to then flex Jhin up to mid, and then you've got some crazy stuff going on, and it would have just been amusing to say the least. I mean, you could have done AP with Rek'Sai support. Who knows? Like that was a thing at one point back before he had his before he had his Q changes. I mean, AP Rek'Sai was a nuisance and a half because it used to fire out constantly every I think it was something like 2 to 3 seconds, and you would hit something for ridiculous damage.
Yeah, I can't say I ever saw many support Rek'Sais, but I'll take your word for it. I'll trust you on this one.
You could get some easy stacks from Spellfuse Edge, and then you could also just go for something such as a Medjai's and get that easily stacked up because you didn't need to go in all the time. And personally, I thought it was an interesting pick. It was still very niche, though.
Yeah. Yeah, so hopefully we'll just get them all back in order, get everyone back in the right spots on the side of Epic Avalanche, and we'll be getting back into the game shortly. But this matchup between Epic Avalanche and 8's Gaming, it's it's an important one for 8's Gaming, but it's also a very, very tough one for 8's Gaming. Epic Avalanche, undisputed leaders of the Vesper Premier League right now, and 8's Gaming, now that Ground 6 have had a bit of a late season resurgence, and the fact that 3 Hana have now been disqualified from the league, means that 8's Gaming, out of the teams that remain in the league, are now bottom in 9th place. So they'll be looking to improve their seeding and maybe try and make a late dash for playoffs, but it seems unlikely. We'll see if they're able to make it, but this game, perhaps, I mean, they'll really want to pick up a win here, but it might be a little bit difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, considering it is the final week before going in, I think it's very unlikely they'll be able to make anything happen, if not mathematically impossible. But who knows? They could at least ruin. They can save themselves a little bit of reputation and sort of get one over on Avalanche themselves just before the end. And we'll have to see whether they'll be able to do it this game, though, because they're looking for something. I mean, they came to play, and we're going to have to see what they're going to do when they do throw down as we get right back into the picks. We're just going to resume from where we were. Probably still going to see that Jin from Karki. I assume that was the right pick, but Ruller, we'll have to see what he does pick up in the end.
Yeah, I imagine that was the correct pick, unless the client lag was universal and he was stuck hovering Jin. He did let it go down to the wide. Braum makes a lot more sense to me than Rek'Sai did, certainly. There is the Jin, there is the Braum to follow it up.
Yeah, Braum especially strong in Alistair, because you've just got so much ability to just keep him locked down and slow him. As soon as he goes in, you can also pop that E just to try and deny as much damage as possible from Lucian. And it does do fairly well against the culling as well. Echo being picked up straight away. We'll have to see whether that'll be mid Echo or tank top Echo. I think tank Echo in the top lane is exceptionally strong at the minute, and probably one of the more OPs.
Yeah, no, certainly. The base damage, particularly on the Z Drive Resonance, are quite strong, make him a very strong contender in that top side, and I imagine that's where we'll see him go. We could also see him a bit of a throwback into the jungle as well, though, if that is a Rek'Sai, which looks like that was just a bit of a shout-out hover rather than anything else. Not going to trust any of these hovers in particular, Lars, by letting the clock run down, letting them decide, first of all, where they want to put the Echo, and second, what they want to get to complement it. It will be Elise in the jungle, which means Echo probably going to be going over to the top lane, could still go to the mid, though.
Yeah, so we'll have to see where that decides to go in that top or mid, and see the counter being picked up on trap tricks. But we'll have to see what Imber and Amuzio are thinking about here. I think this may be a little bit of a troll hover with Aatrox and Cho'Gath, but who knows? I've seen weirder.
Who knows, man? I mean, Aatrox, it's about time he made a resurgence, right? I mean, there's some seen some videos of full AP Aatrox deleting squishies, so you know, it might be what they go for.
It would be interesting, to say the least, but I don't know how viable it would. And this makes a lot more sense, though, with the Maokai and the Gangplank hover as well.
Yeah, Maokai would be going to the top lane in that scenario, which would mean we'd have Gangplank towards the middle lane. Kayle is an interesting hover as well. Kayle is locked in, so that would be Gangplank and Kayle locked in on the side of Epic Avalanche. I imagine that would be Gangplank mid and Kayle top, but they could switch it around depending on where they really feel confident and which lanes they have to go into.
Yeah, definitely an either-or situation to see who does take that one. I think it's all going to come down to whichever champion gets countered here. Traptrix hovering the Tryndamere, unlikely, I think, to see that one coming out, although it would be pretty amusing.
I'd be up for it. I love a good Tryndamere. Great fun. Split push to win.
Yep, split push to win and then tower dive once he hits 6 every time.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Azir would make quite a bit more sense here. We would have, in that case, two different ways of booting Kindred out of their ultimate. And that will be the lock-in. So that'll be going over to Vespyr in the mid lane, which does mean Wukdi, or Vukdi, I'm not entirely sure, will be going onto the Echo in the top side. Yeah,
definitely, and that kill will going to be counted into it with Gangplank in the mid lane. And I think it's certainly going to make for an interesting match. I mean, Azir definitely has ways to deal with Gangplank early and can put some decent harass down. But also his ultimate's going to be so impactful once we get into the level 6 point where Kindred can drop that ultimate and he can try to just split people off and knock them straight out for the damage to follow up from Nightwind, from Una, and from Vukdi.
Absolutely, yeah, and the Ignite is currently what's being held by Vespyr as well, so it could be igniting the low health Kindred, then knocking her out of the ultimate, and before she can get back in, she dies to the take of Ignite. We'll have to see if that's the plays he goes for. But yeah, the middle lane does look like it will be mainly a farm lane, I think, with the Azir Gangplank matchup.
Yeah, definitely. It'll all depend on how the Gangplank plays in the early game. I mean, if he doesn't really get any kind of pressure down at level 1 and 2, then he sort of has to just passive farm and do nothing until the later point of the game when he can start impacting side lanes with his ultimate, starting off team fights and such. But as it gets to that point, it'll pretty much just be an Azir sort of flexing his muscles as much as he can.
Absolutely. So, I'd like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that if you cast your eyes to Twitch chat, you will see there is a straw poll in which you can vote to decide who you think is going to win this game one between Epic Avalanche on the blue side and AIDS Gaming on the red side. I mean, I imagine most of the votes will be going in favor of Epic Avalanche, but we'll have to see what you guys think.
Personally, I quite like 8-Second Gaming's comp, though. I think it's got some decent ways to deal with the carries of Epic Avalanche, although we'll have to see how this early game plays, because if they start to fall too far behind, then it could become just a little bit of a stomp for Avalanche if they can get rolling, because snowballing Kindred is a horrible thing indeed.
Yeah, and Gangplank can snowball pretty hard as well, and the Jhin doesn't lack some snowballing potential as well. There'd be very certain, I think, on the side of Epic Avalanche, you've got very certain item thresholds that you need to hit to really get your comp rolling, though, particularly for both the solo laners, because Gangplank will be looking for the Triforce and the Infinity Edge, and Kayle will be looking to get that Gwinsu's Rageblade stacking up and completed.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if Jhin starts snowballing, it just kind of counters the fact that he does sort of fall off a little bit in that mid game, and the faster you can speed it up so that you can just start one-shotting people with mass amounts of AD, then the even better for yourself.
Absolutely, yeah. So both bottom lane actually going to, both supports rather, actually going to go with Exhaust, which I think is a relief. I've been seeing a lot of times, I've been seeing supports rather stubbornly, in my opinion, holding on to the Ignite, and it just seems to me like Exhaust is so much more useful of a summoner spell right now. Additionally, we will also be seeing double TP from both sides.
Yeah, definitely. The Exhaust is a fairly strong summoner into both of these compositions. Obviously, 8-Seconds Gaming are going to look to try and land that Exhaust on that Kindred, on that kill, to slow down the mass amount of attack speed that they'll be able to pump onto themselves. And on Epic Avalanche's side, I mean, the Exhaust is just going to be so stronger into Azir, into Lucian, just to try and slow down as much as possible, and just reduce the sheer amount of pressure that they'll be exerting in these sort of mid-game spikes that they'll hit.
Yeah, and with attack speed becoming a stronger and stronger stat in the game, and one prioritized more and more by teams, particularly with the addition of the Gwinsu's Rageblade, or not the addition, but the falling into favor of the Gwinsu's Rageblade, then I think Exhaust becomes all the more prevalent in that case. Apparently, the result of the straw poll is currently 50-50, so you guys think it's going to be a pretty even matchup. It could be one way or the other. We will have to see. The delay, only 5 seconds remaining, so we should be able to get onto the Summoner's Rift shortly and bring you the result.
Yeah, we're definitely going to want to look to see if either side decides to go for a level 1 invade. They've both got the compositions for a lot of raw damage early on, and with those supports who are so good at those level 1 invades with Alistair and Braum.
Absolutely. I think I'd give the edge to Braum in that one, but Alistair does have a fairly strong invade as well. We'll have to see if there are any shenanigans that the teams get up to, as you mentioned. So now we should be getting into the loading screen any moment. Skins and keystones will be revealed unto us, and we will be able to judge the teams based on which keystones they've selected and whether or not their skins are swaggy enough.
Yeah, and there's certainly some swag being exerted. I love a good Project Lucian. Always pretty much the standard Lucian skin at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're seeing the sort of normal Earl Keystone Masteries being brought out. Kayle rocking that Fervor of Battle Kindred as well, with Fervor deciding to go for just raw damage instead of something like the Strength of Ages to try and get extra tankiness as we go on. And interesting to see that Braum has gone for the Bond of Stone. Seeing a lot of Braums these days take Strength of the Ages to try and just get the raw HP that it gives you. As time goes on, you can get some solid, because it obviously stacks on assists as well. It means that you just have to be nearby when it goes down. So
yeah,
you can get some really good stacks on support, and it does give you the equivalent of a giant spell. And then after that, you just get raw HP. But we are going to load in with both teams readying up to go for their level 1.
Absolutely, and one thing to note is that Traptrix has still gone for the Windspeaker's Blessing on Alistar, and I think that is still the right decision to go, though recently more Alistars have been going towards Bond of Stone as well, so it's a bit give and take in that situation.
Personally, I think Windspeakers is just generally better. It boosts the healing potential that you can pump out, and also in team fights, once you pop it and give everybody resistances, as we've said before, it's the equivalent of basically giving everyone an Aegis of the Legion, and just having just that little bit extra in the fights. Plus, you can spam it fairly well in lane as minions just keep on dying, reducing that cooldown. So it just generally makes you that little bit more of a heal bot, but it means that everyone's just that little bit extra survivable.
Yeah, absolutely. And the lane presence also added a little bit of sustain in there as well. We're seeing an interesting situation here on the bottom side for Aids Gaming. I'm not going to comment on what exactly may or may not be going on in that situation.
It's just a little bit of dancing. That's all.
Yeah, sure, dancing. Yeah.
Dancing inside each other. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, that's... How else would you dance, really, to be honest?
Hey, it's only weird if you make it weird. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, I'm not entirely sure about that one, actually. I think it's strange, is it? Anyway, we are going to see both junglers starting off towards the top side, and both bottom lanes both going to be starting jungle camps as well to try and get that experience advantage over each other and try and get the level 2s rolling quicker.
Lovely trading coming out of Vespyr as well, getting some really early pokes down with that Sand Soldier. Very nicely played, and gets the Thunderlord proc off, and he's going to be looking to do a little bit of damage as he does pop that Corrupting Potion on Ruller, and he's going to get a lot of health back with that Grasp of the Undying and the Potion ticking at the same time.
Yeah, the Grasp of the Undying mixing with the Parlay as it does. Very, very strong combination, I feel, there, and one of the reasons you hardly ever see a Gangplank taking any other Keystone Mastery than that one. Both bottom lanes just going to be farming it up, trying to get to level 2. The big crit comes through over to Nightwind, who did hit level 2 first, but Imbi has now evened that out and hit level 2 himself on that Jhin.
Yeah, Nightwind had to dash defensively, and even then Imbi just couldn't really follow up with the flourish, so he's just going to be happy enough to farm up. But as we can see now, this Gangplank being able to exert his presence has burned through all his corrupting stacks, though, so that is actually going to kind of hurt him in this lane, because Vespyr has still got a biscuit, and he's going to be happy enough to just continue farming and pushing in.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and wasting all of your sustain early kind of negates the point of having sustain, particularly if you wanted to do it to deal a little bit of extra damage with the extra little addition that the Corrupting Potion does give to you. I was seeing Ana off towards the top side, but he is spotted out immediately by a Warden, who will just be able to clear that one out before heading down towards the bottom side. This does mean it's going to be a long time before his blue buff actually gets taken, and Kake might want to take advantage of that, because they did just see Ana over on the top side, Epic Avalanche. However, I think Kake probably just going to be taking the Rift Scuttler. A couple of missed, a missed Pulverize certainly in the bottom side. A bit more trading in the top side as well, and the junglers also going for their own trade. Kake getting the better of this one by far, though.
Yeah, definitely. That Mountain Dread does just do so much damage once you start getting the stacks on. Follow that up with the Q and then the final auto, and you can just do such a high amount of burst. And it has to respect that. I mean, they've both got red buff, but it looks like Kake is going for that blue buff and trying to take it away early.
Absolutely, and with, he's very aware of what he just did to Ana, so he knows that Ana's not going to be able to contest that. Ana sees him on the Wolf Spirit, he smited the Wolf for that, but there's absolutely no contest he can bring, and Kake, even more fortunate for him in this early game, he's going to get a free Kindred mark straight off with that Scuttle Crab, which just spawned for him. Bhakti and Tatui also trading quite nicely in the top side, both getting to about 40% health, but it's not really looking too dangerous for either of them.
Definitely some solid trading coming down across the map. Looks like Epic Avalanche are slowly getting the advantage though, as Kake looks to gank mid.
He looks to get a bit of a gank off on the mid side, but Conquering Sands means that Vespyr is able to just slide and glide on out of that one without any trouble whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely. No pressure on this chicken. As he does a little bit of damage on the Ruller though. He's looking fairly low, possibly going to have to back and burn that TP to just get straight back to lane. But that is what you take it for as the aggression goes on in the bot lane.
Yeah, Trap Trick's locked up twice now, but he's got plenty of health. Even though he is only level 4, didn't have the ultimate available, but Imbi can't really keep the sustained damage going. Gets a big chunk of his health with that final 4 shot, but Trap Tricks, he's going to be able to heal that up with the Windspeaker's Blessing helping him out.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you pick the Windspeakers for, is just for that extra lane sustain that you bring, and seeing as it becomes more relevant in team fights as well, with that extra resistances that he gives, it means they can just trade constantly and just more efficiently, but there is some more aggression coming down from Amuzio.
Yeah, Trap Tricks, he's gonna Then the Pulverize will secure his and his AD carries escape for now, but they are getting the worst of these trades on the bottom side, and they're being forced away quite hard from the wave. We do also see Kake hanging around towards the bottom side, but he is going to be recalling. If he goes to the next brush, anyway, there is a ward there that will spot him out, so I can't imagine anything too major is going to happen there. Vespyr actually playing with fire a bit in the middle lane there, gets parlayed to very low health. Meanwhile, Tatui on the top side doesn't have his ultimate available, so could be in a lot of trouble. Ana lands the cocoon onto Tatui. There's a lot of burst damage coming through. Vakti can't quite get the last hit. Ana's not willing to go for the dive, and Tatui just about escapes using his flash.
Yeah, that was a very nice cocoon as well from Ana. Ana protecting that Tatui would just turn around and lands it perfectly dead on in the middle so that he can not risk any kind of slight misstep, and it means that Wukti can just jump in, burn the flash out, and he's going to have that advantage in lane. If Tatui does decide to backward, it looks like he's just going to stick around because Kake is heading up to this top side, and Wukti's got to be careful if he decides to go aggressive.
And he has actually cancelled his recall, so he might be looking to push in another time, but Kake has been stopped by the Gromp, which was just too juicy for him right now. He will now probably get the hail of arrows over the wall. The on the way ping has come out, and he is headed up towards the top side. Tatui being zoned away by the Time Winder, though. Going quite low already. Does have his ultimate available, however. Vakti, he's just going to go back into the bush and recall, and Kake is going to do the same. So, in the end, nothing doing in the top side.
Yeah, I really like that by Kake, popping down that pink ward just to see if there was vision in the lane, but going aggression on his bot side.
Traptrix goes aggressive, but he seems to have forgotten that Imbi and Emuzio are getting the better of these trades. Meanwhile, on the top side, Vakti's in a lot of trouble. His ult's not in a good place to ult back to. First blood goes for Kake with the help of Rala from the middle lane and Tatui in the top side, picking up the first blood for Epic Avalanche.
Ooh, a lovely denial there from Vespyr to stop that barrel. Really on point with this timing, but yeah, that was a beautiful gank coming through. As I said, I like Kake's ability to just pop down that pink ward in the top side, make sure there was no ward as he goes mid lane.
This might be another kill for him, and it is. Kake 2-0 already. 2 quick ganks in succession, and Vespyr just didn't respect the fact that Kake could be coming. They didn't know whether he was going to be coming or not, and he paid the price.
Kake doing such a good job of just roaming around the map and constantly putting pressure on in these lanes. I mean, goes from top lane straight down to mid lane, denies what he can in the jungle as well, and he's just doing such a nice job this game. Gonna start farming up towards that Devourer, and it always feels bad when you get those couple of kills just before you do get that Devourer, so you sort of deny yourself a little bit. And if I'd just waited like 2 more seconds, like I could have just went back, got a few extras, but no. Unlucky at the time.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he won't be too cut up about that, though. 2 kills are nonetheless 2 kills for his side, and it does bring them to about a 1.5k gold lead right now on the side of Epic Avalanche, so they're looking to get ahead in this early game, and as you said, they do have the ability to snowball pretty hard, particularly with Kake on that Kindred, and the fact that he has the 2 kills to start with is a big boost to his side.
Yeah, that team fighting seems like it'll just be extremely horrible if they can get the fights that they need, because obviously you've got Kale, who's a fairly strong fighter in these lanes, because she's going to be stacking up that fervor of battle to get even more damage, and then she's got the ultimate to be able to deny any kind of massive burst that could come out from Wukti or Vespyr, and we're going to see a pause coming through, probably for lag issues, I would assume. That's what we usually see.
Yep, it is Nightwind who's brought the pause out. No explanation yet, but hopefully it shouldn't be too long of a pause. Doubt it's a tactical pause at this point in time. In the top side, we are seeing quite the CS advantage for Tatui, despite the fact that him and Vukti have been having some pretty even trades on the top side, getting each other quite low. Tatui has been getting the better of being able to trade and farm, juggling both of those balls, and the only real advantage on the side of 8's Gaming to make up for that is in the jungle, and it's not that major, and it's again, nullified by the fact that Kake has those 2 kills. Looks like both teams are ready, and the pause should be over in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back to the game, everybody.
Yeah, definitely. So, Tatui just having a really nice time in this top lane, able to trade aggressively. Does a good job of dodging out the parallel convergence, but Unna is heading in here as well. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, no, he's got to be a little bit careful. Does have the intervention available, and Vakti's not going to be able to slow him down enough for Ana, I don't think. They're still going for it. They might consider the dive. They have a lot of mechanics able for the dive, but the flash cocoon doesn't land. Tatui, there's the intervention. He's looking to turn this around. Vakti, he doesn't even use his ultimate. He just dies. He just goes in and dies. A big misplay from Vakti on that echo there. He's 0-2 now. Tatui with the 1v2 outplay under tower. Excellent stuff from Epic Avalanche so far.
did not expect burst coming out from that final fervor of battle stack going on. Ruller doing some nice trading on Vespyr as well. He's just falling so low with those parlays constantly being thrown on, and really well played by Tatooine there. But I feel like 8 seconds should have been aware that that intervention was up and just said, no, let's just not risk it. But certainly a misplay coming through. Unna missing the cocoon, followed up by Wukdi going for that dive and just not respecting that burst coming out of kill. Because, like I said, once you get that fervor of battle stacked up, it is just so much damage that it brings.
And what I was trying to get across at the beginning of that fight was the fact that both Anna and Vahdi, if they go for the turret dive, they both have ways of getting themselves back out of turret range. The repel, and of course the ultimate coming out of Vahdi, and neither were used, and it meant that Vahdi just went straight down. And Muzio might be in trouble though, because he's under turret, but the minion comes to save him, so he doesn't actually take any turret shots, and it's Nightwind that goes low. Imbi has to reload though, so he's not going to be able to secure that kill. Dancing Grenade did go onto him, and he's actually going to use the Curtain Call to try and fire them through. They are being body blocked out by Trap Tricks, though, and I believe Nightwind is out of range where he's recalling anyway, so it shouldn't be too much trouble for him.
Yeah, threw the Dancing Grenade onto him as well, onto Trap Tricks, but the bounce was just not enough to finish him off in the end, and looks like Karka's going to come for this dive onto Trap Tricks, who's going to try and run to tier 2.
Yeah, he's running away. He's got the ultimate running, but there are the concussive stacks. If they get those down, he's going to time out with his ultimate. There it is, a free kill there for Imbi. TP was coming in on the bottom side, but it was cancelled, I believe, after he just decided he probably didn't want to go for the 1v3 there after all.
Definitely, burning that TP is just so effective, because it means that Tatooine's got that advantage if they do decide to go for any kind of objective, maybe potentially go for something in that bot lane, in or mid lane, and just constantly dive, because Roller's been getting Vespyr down all the time in this mid lane with those parlays, and Muzio getting cancelled because he wasn't recalling in the bush. Gotta be careful, because Nightwind is kind of hungry now for some kills.
Yeah, no, Nightwind wants some revenge. He's not been one of the members of his team who's gone down just yet, but he did go very low earlier, and he's been feeling quite a lot of pain in that bottom side. The CS differential there isn't really one on the bot side, actually, and the fact that those minions are going to die to turret probably means that Imbi might not have too much to offer in return as well. Vespyr going quite low on the bottom side, uses his last ounce of mana to dash away, though, and will just about survive.
Yeah, good play by Muzio as well to just stick around on that low health. Surprised he didn't even go for the full engage, considering he had exhaust and ultimate available. I think he could have potentially made something work there with Imba coming up with Summoner Heal.
I would also like to call into attention right now the CS differential on the top side. It is getting quite enormous right now. It's about 40 in favor of Tatooine. Vahdi, he's already gone down twice as well. Tatooine picking up 1 kill and 1 assist through that, so the gold heavily in favor of the Epic Avalanche top laner right now, and we're seeing Anna trying to reverse that as he comes towards the top side. There's the W coming out of Vahdi as well, but Rala is there as well, and this could be turned around once again. The ultimate, the Cannon Barrage comes through. Tatooine going on towards Vahdi, but meanwhile Anna's being focused down. Hail of Arrows comes through. Kake picks up a double kill. He comes in out of nowhere, and this is going from good to great now for Epic Avalanche. However, might be a little bit of a trade on the bottom side as 8's Gaming go in, but a very good Glacial Fisher is there, and Imbi might be in a bit of trouble. The culling comes through. We'll be clipping him with some of the shots, but Trap Tricks is the one who's low. 4th shot comes through. Imbi picks up that one as well. Nightwind trying to get the return kill, but he has to dash away because Imbi was coming in. Here comes the Curtain Call as well. Nightwind in a lot of trouble. Will the last one hit? It might be enough to kill, and it is. Imbi picks up that one, an extended double for him in the bottom side. Meanwhile, Vespyr goes down, and that's essentially an ace across the board. Anna and Vahdi did come back up, but what just happened there? Everything just fell apart for 8's Gaming, and Epic Avalanche have snowballed their lead incredibly right now. There might be another kill here, as Imbi comes around the side, on towards Anna, and Muzio just gets away as well. And actually, Imbi flashes the wall, goes for Anna. In comes the Winter's Bite. It doesn't land. Repel is there, but the 4th auto's also there. Imbi's on a rampage, and 10-0 now. Grump comes in, stops the recall, but that's not going to help 8's Gaming right now. They are suddenly in completely dire straits.
Yeah, definitely. They've lost pretty much all control of this bottom side jungle. They've been pushed in consistently, lost tier 1 and of all lanes, and they're just losing bit by bit. All these objectives are starting to fall, all the kills are going over, and Kake is certainly snowballing in that 5-0-1 on Kindred. I mean, he's just getting so strong, already at 20 stacks, and he's going to be happy enough to almost get sated and then just start getting even more damage.
Absolutely, yeah. That's going to be particularly worrying for 8 Gaming, but I'm not sure they have too much extra to be worried about right now. I think the main concern for them should be the fact that they are 8k gold behind, 8.2k actually.
Definitely.
Tatui wants to get another kill on towards Vespyr, who's just going to stand still there actually, gets the farm with the Time Winder and will be able to phase dive away, keeps himself alive. Did have the Chrono Break available, but it was in towards a bad spot, and if Tatui can keep forcing situations like that, Vespyr might have to use his ultimate to go back towards Tatui, and that's not going to be good for him either. He is going to recoil as well on the top side, and Tatui can keep pressuring that turret because there's no pressure on the top side from anyone else from 8 Gaming right now. Una's giving away blue buff to Vespyr near the middle lane, so, I mean, Tatui just has free reign to push up as far as he wants on that top side.
Definitely, and just as time goes on, it's just going to get worse and worse for 8 Gaming because, as we said, Gangplank Ultimate does go down across the map, and it looks like they're going to go for Una.
Yeah, it zones Ana away from safety, and he's in a lot of trouble. There is a very good repel, but Imbi is there with a Deadly Flourish to take him down, and another kill for that man on the bottom side now. 5 kills for Imbi, 5 kills for Kake, and Epic Avalanche. Just what a performance so far.
Yeah, I mean, these are the people who you want to get snowballing. I mean, a snowballing Jhin just negates a lot of the damage, and it looks like they're just going to continue diving and just constantly push in and in and in, and this is looking horrible for 8 seconds.
Yeah, no, this is going to be dominating now from Kake. That's an understatement, I feel. He's absolutely murking the entire team. Tatui with a bit of BM with that ultimate Nightwind. I believe he actually DC'd during that fight. A bit unfortunate for him. Vespyr is actually going to try and trade it in the middle lane now, trying to take down the outer turret, but he's not able to do that, and now Rala will be coming back there.
Yeah, unfortunately they weren't aware, so they didn't call through a pause where it was necessary, but we're just going to see him start to reconnect soon, but this is just going to show, like, Epic Avalanche have just got so far ahead, it's unreal what they're going to be able to do in this mid-game, because it looks like Amazio is looking for something.
Yeah, Kake's coming in as well, as Rala Vespyr, dead to rights. Kake, godlike, that's more like it, better than dominating. I think that sums up his performance so far. 7-0-3 on the Kindred, and he's forcing Ana away from his own Raptors now. Ana tries to contest, but this might have been a mistake for him as well. In comes Imbi and Rala as well. There is the big crit coming out of the Jhin, and Rala's there. The parlay hits the Spider on the back, and that will be another kill for Epic Avalanche. And I mean, I'm pretty sure this game is just completely over right now, and I think what 8 Gaming have to do right now is they just have to regroup. They have to give up on this game. They have to regroup and prepare for the next game. Because if they can even get a draw against the top team, that will still be a good result for them.
Yeah, I mean, at least they'll be able to get a draw out, but I think this game is pretty much bang to rights as to how it's going, because there's no real ray of sunshine coming through at this point. I mean, 0-3, 0-4, 0-3, 0-2, and 0-3 are the scores on the side of 8 Gaming, and it hasn't even been sort of like much close sort of gameplay, because Tatui is just soloing Vespyr with all that damage, and that might actually be his undoing though.
Oh, it might be a bit of avarice. Ruins the perfect game. Bhakti takes Tatui down, and he'll be glad of that. He's had a bit of a retribution for the pain that was delivered to him in the top side over and over again. The 60 CS deficit and the being killed 3 times and all that sort of thing. Gets a bit of retribution with 1 kill as Tatui decided he could 1v2, and he couldn't quite do it yet.
Yeah, the range just wasn't there to be able to get onto his ear just that little bit too far. And, yep, does get caught out by Vukti, who's just going to ult away and try to get out from this bot lane combo who are coming up, and Rulla is there as well.
Yep, Time Winder slows the pursuers down, but I don't think it does so enough. A cacophony of ultimates come through, and Imbi's dominating. Now Vukti goes down once again. What a surprise! Epic Avalanche pick up another kill.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just so much pressure coming out, and it feels like as soon as the ultimate's burned on the side of 8 Gaming, Epic Avalanche just collapse immediately on top and just make good use of it. Lovely Emperor's Divide, but is caught out by the flash of Imber, who does get the trade kill. Yeah,
absolutely, and this is going to be some more kills coming through now. Unsurprising, Ana does get the repel, which might keep him alive for a little bit longer. Flashes away. Meanwhile, Trap Tricks went down as well, and of course they both go down. Of course Imbi is legendary. Of course it's 19 kills for 1. And Epic Avalanche, of course they're going to take the inhibitor.
I'm pretty sure at this point Wolf has killed more people than 8 Gaming have. And I mean, that's not even a joke, because every time Wolf goes down, it always seems to be that little one bit of damage that he does at the end that secures it. And Mukti being the only member of the team with anything at this point, even there's just nothing really that they can do, just constantly losing turrets, just gonna have these inhibitors go down, and even if they did try to fight, there's nothing they can do, because even this free man is strong enough to hold them off.
Yeah, and the fact that they haven't paused, they haven't waited for Nightwind to get back in the game, I think it shows that they've given up on this game, and they're going to go and look on towards the next one, which I think is probably the smart thing to do here. It's no use worrying themselves about this match when it's a completely lost cause. Rift Herald sees the tragedy of kills that's coming through and decides he can't take it, kills himself. He's gone back to the Rift, and Baron will be spawning, though I don't think Epic Avalanche will care all that much.
Yeah, definitely, and they're just gonna keep on trying to hold them off, but Karki obviously stated with that Hex Drinker, and he's just gonna keep on pushing because he's got nothing to be worried about with that ultimate available.
Absolutely. A Dragon going to be taken down by Epic Avalanche. That is their second of the game, meaning they get the extra burn damage onto turrets, which I'm sure big boost for them right now. They really wouldn't have been able to close out the game without that, so it's really crucial that they managed to pick that one up. Another kill might come through as well. Ultimate's used. In comes the Cannon Barrage. In comes the Curtain Call. Last one's going to hit on the back of the cow, though, who had full health, and he does keep the spider and the chicken alive. A bit of a zoo comp going over for the side of 8's Gaming, now that I think about it, but they're not paying off for them.
No, definitely not. Just gonna finish off the game, it looks like, as they push in on this bot side. Just everybody's here, full 5-man. You've got Earth Supers coming in the mid lane as well, and they're just gonna siege up and try to finish this off in commanding fashion at around the 20-minute mark.
Absolutely. The third inhibitor goes down. Vahdi, he was trying to push out the top side, but he was actually losing the fight to the minions, I believe, and does have to back away. An instant orange, Captain Jack playing his legendary gangplank there. It is Ruller, of course. A bit of a last-ditch attempt here coming out from 8's Gaming. Vahdi gets taken low, gets back to the fountain. Ruller killing spree as he takes down Lives. Fine now. In comes Praptrix. Kake will be shut down. Insect back into the fountain by the Alistar. The flash pulverized headbutt combo, but it's not enough to secure his team any last save for the game. Then the Nexus will be what goes down here. Muzio missing the last Winter's Bite. It's not going to matter. Imbi, Rala finish out the game with the help of the minions. 20-2, 21 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. What a performance from Epic Avalanche as they look to concrete their lead at the top now, and they're doing it in style.
Yeah, and we can see why Epic Avalanche are the top team, because they're just doing such a good job of just playing the map to their strengths. And these we must admit though that some of the mistakes from 8-Second Gaming did help Epic Avalanche get ahead, but a lot of it was down to just their sheer map pressure that they were laying down. They just had Karki offensively pushing in constantly here and there, and it just meant that he could pick up whatever he needed. His stacks were never falling behind on Devourer, and it just meant that he could snowball even further once he picked up kills onto Wukti, onto Vespyr, because he was just bouncing from lane to lane, being this horrible threat.
Absolutely. So, not much else to say about that game. A completely dominating performance coming out of Epic Avalanche as they look to extend their lead at the top. And 8's Gaming, it's not going well for them trying to get the better seeding for the promotions, as that is what they're aiming for right now in the league. Playoffs looking very distant, if not impossible for them. So that is what they're going for. However, this will not have helped them out much at all. So that's it for us from this game. We'll be back for Game 2 very shortly. I mean, I hope we can provide a slightly closer contest than this one, but either way, it'll be fun to watch. Don't go anywhere.
Love me too. Love me too.
get silent in dismay. It won't break this feeling down. If I conquer this my way, I'd devour, I'd surround. If it hurts you just a little, then it heals you when it's done. Disappointment is the anchor, resolution is the sun.
Hello, welcome back, everybody. My name is Tasty with me is Good Bro Joe, and welcome back to Week 8 of the Vespyr Premier League. This matchup is between 8's Gaming, who are currently 9th in the table, and Epic Avalanche, who are currently 1st place in the table, and by quite a long margin. Epic Avalanche have picked up the first win in this series as well, so that means this series will at least be a draw for them, so they will extend their lead a little bit further, regardless of the result of this game.
And Simban's coming out instantly, and to be honest, I think the first thing I'd be impressed with is if Kalki does get this Kindred again, because it was such a main driving force behind the snowball of the previous game. I'd be interested to see if they did let that one go over, or if they've got some kind of counter in the mix to try and figure out how to get around this.
Yeah, you gotta feel it's one or the other though, because they can't let what happened last game happen again, and if Kalki gets that champion, that Kindred, then I imagine that would be exactly what happens. Gragas might be the pick against it. Does have that sort of counter in the Gragas' ultimate, kind of counter in Kindred's ultimate, but I don't know how much of an effective anti-Kindred it is, and instantly, actually, as soon as we go to Epic Avalanche, Karma is locked in on that side.
Interesting to see that just straight up picked away, and we'll have to see whether that's going to go for Ramuzio or Ruller. Would expect it to go for Ramuzio because it is a fairly decent support with the ability to just speed up and generally get things going, but it could go anywhere, to be honest, because we've also I've seen mixes of Karma mid and top as well, and have to sort of let that one lie until the rest of the composition is finished off. But Kake gonna go for that Nidalee, that staple champion that he does enjoy so much.
Yeah, and I certainly enjoy him playing it as well. Great fun to watch Kake on Nidalee, and hopefully should be just as good this game as it has been in the past. Of course, very impressive performance on Kindred as well, so I mean, proficiency on a lot of early game, well, Kindred not necessarily that early game, but very aggressive junglers of that sort, ranged junglers as well, as seems to be a bit of a trend.
I like the flex here because it meant that they could they saw the Gragas come down. Kake recognized that Kindred just might have a bit of trouble in the mid game fighting with the fact that if she pops her ultimate down, Gragas will just split people out of it. If she goes to try and engage, he can disengage it as well, and it just generally isn't that great to fight with. But a Kha'Zix being picked up, and this is probably going to be Gragas top lane with Kha'Zix in the jungle, which kind of caught me by surprise.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Gragas top has become a bit of a thing lately that people are looking into, and we will have to see if he's able to put a slightly more impressive performance out on that Gragas than he was able to on Echo. Kalista, that's the name of that champion. Kalista was the next lock-in, and that'll be going over to Nightwind in the bottom lane for 8's Gaming. Meanwhile, Jax and Jin both come through now. So Jax, you've got to imagine that's on the top side, so that means Karma won't be on the top side, but that's not really what we were expecting anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it could technically still go mid, so they've got to be careful of what they do pick up, either in this mid or the spot or the support point, because 8-Second Gaming have to respect that they could be going in blind with this, and they are going to hover that Annie as well, but I doubt that Annie would come out. She does bring a fair amount of decent CC though, but we'll have to see what they do go for in the end, because they're still looking for a support as well.
Yeah, no, if they did go with the Annie, which they're not going to, but if they did, it would still work quite well with Fate's Call, because that means you can get Tibbers from a mile away. You know, Tibbers, I mean, Fate's Call into Flash into Tibbers would be quite the gap closer and quite the unexpected engage coming out of 8's Gaming. It looks like Lissandra is one of their lock-ins. Leaves only the Urgot. Alright, leaves only the Urgot.
Yep. I mean, why not? Why not? Because
Going for broke.
It looks like we're going to see a fairly old tactic of Gragas support with Urgot in the top lane. Unless you want to put Urgot in the support point, but that would be a bit weird.
I mean, technically, it could be anywhere, really. It could be Lissandra top, Urgot mid. We have no idea, to be honest.
Some teams have done Lysandra support in the past, so who knows? You could even see that, just to
Yeah.
really mess with us. But we'll have to see what is hovered in that mid lane. Veigar would be an interesting one. Lysandra looks to kind of scale up into the mid and late game, so picking something like a Veigar would be fairly good, because you can just constantly look to be scaling into that late game point where you can just run up and one-shot people. But it is the Jace that gets picked up for that mid
Alright.
lane.
Okay, so I'm liking this. I'm liking the unorthodox team comps on both sides. Epic Avalanche going for what looks to be kind of comfort picks, and Kake on Nidalee, Amuzio, Karma. I mean, an interesting pickup right now, and I think quite a decent one in the bottom side. Provides a lot of extra damage in the bottom lane, so that will make laning against Karma Jhin bot lane tough to say the least. Looks like Urgot still support for now. I'm not sure
It's gotta be a troll. It can't. I just don't think it could be support. It would be
Well,
amusing to
oh.
say the least. But
There's one change, Gragas towards the mid side. Well, yeah, but basically what we're seeing here is Eights Gaming going for broke here and trying to see if they can do anything. If there's one way they can look to pick up a win against what is such a strong Epic Avalanche team, it might be through just being completely chaotic, and that's what they're looking to do. Urgot 2, 1. No,
my god.
that's okay. So that's Urgot support. He has suppression. He has a suppression. He has a suppression and a suppression.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm feeling it. It's interesting. I mean, it is a decent pick potential that you can throw out there by pulling somebody straight back into the team. And then you've got the Fates Call to be able to pull you back so you don't outposition yourself. But even so, I don't really see him being that great as a support pick. I mean, you've got slows that you can bring with that Acid Hunter that you can fire out once you get the shield on the go. So you've got ways to be able to have a little bit of utility, but even then it's still not that brilliant. And it does rely a lot on landing that gas.
Yeah, speaking of utility, Gragas also in the middle lane, slightly less strange, but the fact that he's in the middle lane is once again interesting. Will we see, do you think, a more glass cannon AP old style Gragas, or do you reckon it's just going to be basically top Gragas but middle?
I think it could very much be that kind of style, but I would expect more sort of the Rod of Ages sort of build, where he's looking to sort of scale up for a little bit of strength, especially considering that they've got that Lysandra as well. And they kind of need somebody to be able to frontline apart from this Urgot, because, well, he's not going to be that brilliant in the support role.
Yeah, I mean, Urgot support is sort of dominating it. When I look at it, all I see is Urgot support. But Kha'Zix in the jungle, strange enough as it is, considering Kha'Zix not a very favoured champion right now. And the Gragas mid, rounding out the team comp even stranger. Jace, an uncommon pick, so is Karma, but very high damage comp, but not very tanky comp coming out of the side of Epic Avalanche.
Yeah, definitely, and we'll have to see how they decide to play this out, and I think it's going to be another one of those teams, though, where if they do start to fall behind, they're going to really struggle to come back, because they're going to rely a lot on the CC chain from Vukti and Liarsfy, and if Traptrix and Nightwind get caught out when they're not paying attention, it could just be horrible for them, and again, could be another snowball-y game if they're not careful.
Yeah, and Tetui, he could be snowballing pretty hard on that Jax right now. I forgot to mention, there is a straw poll in the comments, or in the Twitch chat, if you want to go vote on that real quick. Currently at 71% in favor of Eights Gaming. I agree with you. I hope, well, I don't, okay, no, I don't agree with you. I hope Eights Gaming win. I would love to see a win for Urgot support in the Premier League, but something tells me a wee bit unlikely.
People just believe in the Urgot. That's all it is. You see an Urgot, you vote for the Urgot. I mean, come on, like, how can you not believe in it and get? Who knows? Maybe this is like one of their hidden OPs where it turns out Traptrix has just practiced this like millions of times on his own, and he's become just this old. He's become the Urgod. But we'll have to wait until we get into game to be able to see that. As we do start loading in, and we'll get a little look at the Summoner spell choice and the Keystone Mastery choice. Especially for this Urgot, I'll be interested to see what he decides to go. Whether he goes for a tankier or a more aggressive Mastery with maybe that Thunderlords.
Could be Fervor as well. I mean, it could just be duo ADC is what we're basically seeing. Not entirely sure what's going to be going on, but yeah, one question that you probably don't have the answer to. What happens if Urgot starts channeling the ult, and then the Callista ults the Urgot in?
It waits for the channel to finish and then it pulls them in, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Because with most channels, such as like Jin's ultimate as well counts as a channel, it does wait until the final shot is fired and then pulls you in, even though you might have
Okay.
moved off out of the range.
Okay, so there aren't going to be any sort of crazy things with the Urgot ult initiated, and then the Callista ult comes out and it transports the person who was ulted by Urgot really far back.
Fairly sure that's not how
Okay,
it
because that's
works.
one way I could see this bot lane working.
That would be pretty insane if it did work that way, but I'm
Yeah.
fairly sure it's not going to be that hard. One thing
Most
they will
likely.
be
I
able
was
to
sort
do,
of living in hope, I think.
they will be able to stack the solid damage though with that Sentinel passive, where they'll be able to get the extra dot onto their opponents with double range though. So gonna have a lot of an easier time with that, and looks like they're gonna go for an early invade on this bottom side. All 5 members gathering up, but looks like Amuzio is gonna spot this out.
Yeah, Amelia just going to run away, pop down the ward, get some mad cash out of honor. There is the flash body slam, actually, and Amuzio has to flash as well. Use the mantra there to make sure that he was escaped with the big zone that would slow down the pursuers. And 8's Gaming, they get a flash, but they burn one of their own as well, and not necessarily as good as it could have been for them.
But flash for mid flash though isn't that great of a trade. I mean,
Yeah.
if your support plays is fairly safe as they can, then she can just poke from range with those Qs and such. Whereas in mid lane, you've got to be constantly aware that if Ruller does decide to go in, then it could easily just take him out. I mean, Jace does have a fairly decent all-in potential, able to swap between that hammer and cannon form, poke him down, and then just all-in with the hammer. So have to be a little bit careful on that mid lane now, and also got to watch out because Kake already shown that he's super aggressive, and on this in Italy, he could easily go for an early gank down to that mid.
Absolutely, yeah. One thing to note, one interesting statistic, if you will, about Epic Avalanche is that more than half of their team currently have their ultimates. So there's a statistic for you.
Yeah, that is true. The level 6 power spikes will be insane, or maybe not so much.
No, yeah, they have mad level 1 power spikes, which they
Yep.
proceeded to not utilize by spreading out at level 1 and not going to answer the invade. So, Tatui going aggressive onto Vahdi, and Vahdi already taking it. 40% of his health in damage there, not good for him, and got to think that he should be bullying Tatui away to start with. Tatui is now having a bit of pain put down on towards him, and he will have to cede at least that one little cast of minions, so he gets a mini victory there.
But be careful,
And
Lux, he's
Muzio
gonna hit
actually
too
going
soon.
aggressive already onto Nightwind. A lot of damage comes up, the exhaust comes out from Trap Tricks, and that will secure the escape of Zadie carry. What an excellent support play from the Urgot. Vespyr as well in the middle lane, going aggressive when I don't think he wanted to. He does escape, gets back away. In fact, he was batted away, I believe, by Rala, but it did get him out in the end.
Epic Avalanche doing a good job of pushing in aggressively in the early game, and nice to see that in this bot lane trading effectively. Imbi just missed the deadly flourish onto Nightwind, so wasn't able to follow up too much. And once Trap Tricks had stacked up that passive, it did reduce the damage a fair amount onto Imba. So have to see how they do go into this mid game, but. Ruller and Tatui really laying down the law in that mid and top lane, just constantly pushing in, getting their opponents as low as possible, and then looking to just make something happen.
Yeah, both summoners already burned from Vahdi now, no flash available, so Tatui does burn his teleport to get back to lane, but his flash is still very much available, and we could be seeing some attempted turret dives coming out fairly early in this game, just before Vahdi manages to get the Glacial Tomb, because I think that will probably keep him safe, at least for a 2-man dive if Kake was looking to get that over towards the top side. Rala trading on towards Liarsfy and bats him away once again. He's actually quite low on mana, Rala, but Liarsfy not much higher on mana either. Health pretty even, though Liarsfy slightly getting the better.
Oh, definitely. Just trying to do as much as they can at this point, and doing a nice job on that mid lane to just keep on going. All potions burned though, so they're just relying on what they've got now. And looks like Liarsfy is just going to back off. He's got that TP available if he wants to come back down, but Kake is on the mid, just trying to... Does look like he interrupts the back, landing the spear.
Liarsfy! Oh my goodness, what a pause timing that is. Right, okay, so what we did just see out of Liarsfy was an excellently timed body slam to negate the pounce from Kake, and That means the Lives Fight actually does have a bit more health now as well, because the happy hour came through, I think, as well. You see a little bit of a plus 35 health coming through for him there, and Kake already taking turret shots and going to be stunned up for a brief period. He might still be able to secure the kill, but it might come at the cost of his life for him, and he has plenty of time to decide whether he wants to continue this turret dive or not. Traptrix was the one who disconnected. He's back now.
I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, what's gonna happen next kind of thing. Like, you have like a multiple options coming down.
Yeah.
Will Kake survive? And I think it's gonna be a simple kill going over. He's still gonna have that pounce reset, I think, and he'll be able to get the kill. But hey, who knows? Maybe some magic will happen as we go back in. And
Lives Fight gets taken down for First Blood. Alright, excellent. Terribly exciting. Wonderful stuff. And First Blood going over Epic Avalanche once again. Unsurprising to see that, to say the least. Indy actually forced to flash away, and Nightwind flashes forward. Traptrix going over as well. Acid Hunter's being pounded into him. The shield is there, but the spears get all rended out at once. A kill in return. Then Nightwind is the one who picked that up, and Amuzio, he's forced out of lane as well now. So that's a good response from 8's Gaming, but they are still significantly behind in gold right now.
Just sort of playing under this got support's hands as well. I mean, once he does land those slows, the problem is that he can't just constantly look to get them on. But if you allow him to land the gas with his E, then he's just going to constantly look to acid under you. And a lovely all-in by Tatooine to secure that kill on Bugti. Well played there indeed, to just know that he had the damage.
Yeah, he's been looking for that over and over again, and Bugti this time wasn't able to get the Ring of Frost up in time to prevent getting stunned up like he has been doing previous times. So Tatui finally gets the better of the trade and picks up the kill. Anna coming for a gank in the middle side now, and Roller's flash was not optimal. Cleanse? Alright, well, you know what? Cleanse, sure. Cleanse.
Why not?
Anna and Lives Fight weren't able to secure the kill onto Roller. Kake will meet Anna in the jungle, but they won't want to fight each other. Anna probably would get the better of that, maybe. Gotta be careful pings going down onto Kake. Not sure if that's his team or not. I believe it is his team, making sure he wasn't to do anything too awfully aggressive.
And he's just going to head back off into the jungle and carry on farming. But on the spot side, interesting to see that Traptrix was able to help acquire that kill. But I think it was mainly down to the fact that Epic Avalanche were just split up and just weren't aware of what was going to happen. Because if Traptrix running the slows, you've got no way to really get away. And Kindred's getting those Ren stacks and just has so much potential damage that she can throw down that if you blow your flash and she's still got hers, you're definitely going to go down.
Yeah, Traptrix actually on the is zoning Indy quite far away with the Acid Hunters once he gets the lock-on going. Kake on the bottom side though. This could be a problem. Sentinel does not spot him out either. Here comes the engage. Anuzio gonna root him up there. The spear lands. Nightwind's in trouble. Dancing Grenade secures the kill. Indy locks up Traptrix with the Deadly Flourish. Double kill now for that man. Tatui once again trying to pick up another kill. He gets it with the Leap Strike. Will he get alive? Yes, he will. The ultimate comes through to make sure he had the armor for it. 5 kills to 1 now in favor of Epic Avalanche. Liesfy wants to change that, but Ruller's turning this around on towards Liesfy. The ultimate is available for the Gragas. There it is used, and Ruller actually batted him away anyway, so the gap is opened hugely. Just misses with the Shock Blast that was empowered there. Liesfy was able to get the Body Slam away from that one, so once again, Epic Avalanche getting the better of that trade and getting the better of trades across the map as they go 5 to 1 in kills now.
Very nicely played there by Unna to be able to just turn around and say that he could take the damage from Liesfy and then trade some in response as well, because he was able to just knock him straight away, get as much damage down as possible, and Liesfy had to blow that ultimate defensively because he was gonna go down if he didn't, and very nicely played there. But Tatooine really starting to flex those muscles in the top lane. Almost double, over double CS advantage. And I mean, Lyssandra's only got those cloth armors and a single fairy charm versus the Hex Drinker and the double longsword. I mean, something's got to happen on that top side, otherwise Tatooine's just going to become a split pushing monster.
And I think the top lane pretty much epitomizes the difference between these two teams so far. Tatooine has been dominating Vakti all day long, and Vakti has not been able to have any real responses for him. CS differential in particular in the top side, as well as kills, have been going hugely in favor of Tatui, and while the kills have been going in favor of Epic Avalanche across the board elsewhere, the CS hasn't been quite nearly so big of a difference as it is in the top side.
Hero the Goddess picked up on Traptrix as well, so he's going to be able to spam those Acid Hunters all day long. And that's kind of what he needs, because he wants to have that slow utility to be able to constantly throw those Hunters out and be able to just keep people locked down for everybody else to follow up, because you're not looking to do the damage, you're just looking to allow everybody else to do it for you.
Yeah, he has gone for the Relic Shield start as well. Which, I mean, I suppose it's the best of the support items. None of them really quite geared for the Urgot style of support. Nightwind in a lot of trouble again. Slowed down by the Curtain Call. Locked up by the Root there. The Fate's Call did come out and Traptrix was able to get a knock-up. But there is the fourth shot. Actually suppresses Anuzio, but he just about gets away. Kake, double kill now. 3-0-2 on Nidalee, and he's making it work once again.
Really like what's happening with this team as well. I mean, the Karma pick just feels so nice because every time she locks somebody down with that leash, it means that Kake and Imber just have such an easy time of following up with those long-range skill shots, because it means that, I mean, the only easier way to make it for somebody to hit that spear is just to root them in place. So why not just keep doing it? But Ana coming in, lands the
Ana
spike.
comes in, he gets the return kill onto Emuzio. Will he be able to get one onto Imbi though? I don't think so. He has to use the ultimate, get the stealth away, because Imbi had the fourth shot available, and that might have just killed Ana straight up there with the amount of health he has left. Imbi and Kake going to finish off the turret in the bottom side. Emuzio did go down, so not bad for Ana, but still a bit of a consolation prize, more than something looking to get them back into the game at this point.
Nicely played there by Vespyr to get that Thunderlord's proc and then back off with the barrel, able to get out of range, but he's got to be careful because if Ruller had flash available, he could have just jumped straight on top of him and possibly gone for the kill.
Yeah, it's very nearly available as well. Empowered Shock Blast comes through, he does juke away from the spear, but he actually helps Kake on his way, says, you know what, you probably don't want to be on the turret here, let me help you get out of that with the ultimate explosive cast. Not doing quite the desired effect there for Vespyr as he does go down once again, so Kake 4-0-2 now on the Nidalee, and it once again has been a pleasure to watch him on this champion. Vakti, a huge chunk of his health going just by the QW combo there, maybe an auto attack as well. Ana comes into the middle lane, but I'm not sure he's really helping. Roller does flash away, but gets the last auto attack in. Emuzio was there to get the shield onto him to get the assist as well, and I mean, that Ana thought he had it with the isolation damage, but Roller was able to turn it around.
Yeah, just nowhere near enough to be able to finish him off there. He's just, I mean, the problem is that Roller's just got to the point where he's happy enough to just solo 1v1 because he's got the utility to be able to just jump straight on top, knock you away when necessary, and just have the damage. But looks like going aggressive in the bot lane as well, and it's just going to be equaled out as TP comes down into the bot.
Here lands from Kake. There is the suppression, the Fate's Call as well. We're seeing the interaction not quite working as you might hope it to if you are Traptrix and Nightwind. Traptrix going down on the backside to a flank from Tatui. He TP'd in there. Imbi flashes forward. Tatui comes in with the leap strike. A double kill for that man now. 4-0 on the Jack so far, and they're just looking to pressure this even further in right now, Epic Avalanche. They forced the entirety of 8's Gaming down towards the bottom side to defend this turret, and this means that Rala has free reign on the middle lane if he wants to go to it. He is heading back there now, so he might be able to take down that turret as well. Tatui looking for the re-engage, doesn't quite get it. Vespyr, the barrel doesn't knock Tatui back into the turret. Ana, spear lands, not doing all that much damage though, because the runic echoes have not been completed quite yet for Kake, even though it did take a decent chunk. Vakti also on the bottom side just to secure the turret's safety. Will not go in on that floor, of course.
I mean, Kake had 2.6k just sitting in his inventory, and he has backed and finished off that Runic Echoes. Picked up a Catalyst as well. Looks like he's going to go for that Rod of Ages build for a little bit of extra damage in that late game and the tankiness. So, certainly a lot better. Means that he's not going to be full glass cannon, but he's going to have a little bit of the ability to just dive in and not too much share pain in return. Chance of going down. But looks like Tatui now going for that Bilgewater Cutlass. And he's going to be happy enough to just continue split pushing. Look, he's going to stick down in this bot lane and try to help just push in this tier 2 bot.
Yeah, interestingly, not going for a Gwensu's Rage Blade by the look of things. A flash coming in for Tatui, doesn't get in range to do anything with the flash, and will clear out a ward instead. Bit of a miscalculation there perhaps from him, and we did see Epic Avalanche taking the middle lane turret as well. Rella was able to get the free reign onto that as I mentioned, and did take it down. And now they're invading into the jungle, Kake and Rala, and there isn't really a response from 8's Gaming because there isn't a whole lot they can do about it. Sentinel will be taken down, and blue buff probably going to be gifted over to Rala. There is the Shock Blast coming through. He picks that one up. Vespyr tries to get an engage onto Rala, but Rala jukes it out well, and Vespyr in a lot of trouble. No turret to go to, no place to call home, as Rala, with the cooldown he's got from the blue buff, should be able to secure this kill. The Shock Blast comes through, not quite enough though. There's no Deathfire Touch coming through either, and Rala will not be able to secure that kill. Unlucky for him there. Kake trying to get some more spears to land, but Anna's actually turning this around. He's isolated. He's locked up. A million ultimates all used on him, making sure they're 8 games that they pick up that kill. But Ruller with the huge burst coming into the backside. He's looking to 1v4 this right now. Traptrix comes in. His ultimate's not available. Neither is Vukti's, but it doesn't matter because Nightwind has enough damage with Vukti and Traptrix to secure the kill in the end. A bit of over-aggression from Epic Avalanche, but you feel at this point they can probably afford it.
Definitely, but at the same time, you can't give them too much. I mean, previous game you got all the way to about 13 kills before you started giving anything away, and even then you only gave away 2. So there's no reason to try and go for a lot earlier. Ultimate used to try and disengage the wave, but turret is very low, might go down, just survives.
Might go down. Traptrix coming in on the side, getting the slows with the Acid Hunters coming through, locking on. Alright, was taken in the top side by Tatooine now, who does have the Hextech Revolver coming through, so that'll be a Hextech Gunblade, probably, being built by him, as well as the Hex Drinker coming through. Right now he has a cacophony of sort of semi-items. Items that you have a build part to, but they aren't the complete items.
And if Tatsui hadn't blown his flash on the bot side, he could have potentially used a jump on Vukti there, who had used the claw aggressively, and would have been able to get out. Q not able to interrupt the backing of Nightwind there, who escapes by the skin of his teeth.
Absolutely. And, that's pretty much what 8's Gaming are going to be hoping to do in in pretty much any fight right now, is escape by the skin of their teeth. Hopefully taking a kill or 2 with them. Kake pushing out the wave in the middle side. Bouncing onto the minions. Will not dodge the poke coming out of the barrel roll, but it's not really all that big of a problem for him right now. Ruller is pushing in the bottom wave as well, and Epic Avalanche, they're really focused on this inner turret in the bottom side, and 8's Gaming do not want to give it to them.
Interesting that the Wolf Spirit was used on the bottom side. The Sentinel was used on the bottom side, so they were able to catch Tatui on the way down. So they know he's coming down, but this is a potential dive being set up. Ruller is there, Kark is there as well, but they've got to back off because Liarsfire is hanging around with Unna in response.
No wave as well for them, and Anna, he's in a lot of trouble. Flash at the wall, Kake follows him. In comes Liarsfire though, and secures the escape for his jungler just about. Meanwhile, Tatui going on towards Vukti, who will be able to ult himself up, gets the immunity coming through, but he is going to go down in any moment. Glacial Path might have secured his escape, as well as the ultimate coming out of Liarsfire there, and Vukti just about gets out, slowing the enemies in the retreat. Curtain Call coming out on towards Traptrix. He might be the sacrificial lamb here. He just about doesn't get out the range. He turns it around for the ultimate. Tatui not quite going to go down from that either, so not quite worth it in the end. And Liarsfire, he's on the wrong side now, and he's basically got to try and escape this, but I'm not sure he's going to manage it. Actually, has duped away, actually, and he will be able to escape right now. Indy, huge burst damage coming down towards him from Anna, but he flashes away, turns it around with the flush. A stylish way to pick up that kill. 5 kills now on the side of 8's Gaming to the 15 on Epic Avalanche. And these fights have been more close than you'd expect, but at some point Epic Avalanche, you feel, are going to start to take things a little bit more seriously and try and close out the game.
Yeah, they kind of have to be fair, because it's starting to look a little bit scary as well. He's able to do so much damage onto Imba, even though Amuzio was there. He was only lucky that he had the heal available and all of the shields coming out from Amuzio as well. So able to keep himself alive long enough to be able to trade that. Looks like Traptrix getting caught by Tatui though.
Yeah, Tatui does so much damage right now. Gunblade active used right at the very beginning, got the slowdown on towards him. Traptrix not long for this world. Leap Strike secures it for Tatui, and now he can probably focus on this turret actually. Bit of a rotation coming down towards the bottom side by Nightwind, but Kake's here to zone him away. A battle of the spears, and either side wins as they both miss pretty much everything.
Yep, spears do both miss on either side, and it means that no extra damage is going to come down. Unna's looking for something maybe to go on a Tatui, but he's still fairly strong. Has that ultimate available to give him the extra tankiness that he might need to survive. And he is fairly strong with that Hex Drinker Gunblade, so can't really do too much. And it looks like just once again, just all the lanes being pressured at the same time. Wukti did get a decent push in that top side though, and he's just going to back off, pick up what he can, and then head back out, but he hasn't finished that yet.
Oh dear.
Ow.
Ouch, indeed. Anna did that to Imbi a moment ago, and now the tables have been turned. Kake doing it on towards him instead. He was sitting on a ward, and Kake spotted him out, threw the spear onto him, did a lot of damage. Wasn't too much left to do by the time he pounced in and secured that kill. Ruller, meanwhile, takes the blue away on the top side, and as close as some of the fights have been, Epic Avalanche are just so far ahead. The gold lead is more than 10k in their favor right now. The whole of both jungles are theirs, and they're going to be pushing down towards this bottom lane turret that has been plaguing them for so long. They're going to try and take it down now, but they can't do it. The TP actually coming on the bottom, on the backside now, and Kake's a sacrificial lamb here. They leave him to the dogs or to the Lissandras, and Vespyr picks up that kill. Vespyr coming in with a good flank. Meanwhile, Tatui tries to get a re-engage here, goes on towards him, but he's suppressed. He's knocked in by the ultimate coming out of Traptrix, but it wasn't enough damage that could go back onto him as he flashed away. Turret being destroyed by Imbi on the backside, as Amuzio does go down to Ana in a trade. But the turret, still a beneficial trade for Epic Avalanche, and as Clown Fiesta-ish as this may look from Epic Avalanche, they are still making decent macro trades for the plays they're doing. Vespyr trying to get on towards Ruller, the burst damage comes through from Ana. Another kill coming through there. Actually, Curtain Call used. I'm not sure he's going to be able to secure a kill. Ana was body blocking for Vespyr, but the damage! The last shot on the Curtain Call is enough to take down Ana himself there, and he was body blocking, but perhaps at some point he should have stopped body blocking and started to get himself out of there. But, you know, he did save his team. So good teamwork, I suppose.
Yeah, you can't let every single shot hit, because that damage is insane when it does get to the very end. And at the same time, I think that bottom fight shouldn't have actually happened in general, because I think 8 Seconds Gaming should have had the advantage much earlier if they'd just used the hyperkinetic reverser on Kake immediately, going aggressive on Imba.
Oh, alright, okay, so a kill, a double kill, 1 kill for each of the members there. Pretty stylish once again. Any kill involving Jin is pretty stylish, to be honest, and they take each other down at identical moments. I believe it was the last auto coming out of Imbi and the ultimate from Vespyr which secured the kill on either side.
Yeah, so what I was saying was on the bot side, when Kake was going aggressive under that turret, if Traptrix had just used the hyperkinetic reverser on the Kake immediately, you had Whoopty coming up as well, so you could have just locked them down for so long that it would have been potentially a really easy kill, and it's kind of what I feel like you should be looking to do with this got support pick.
Yeah, I mean, I got support not be improving its metal so far. Cooldown boots have come through as well as the completed face of the mountain. Still holding on to the tier, not building it into anything else, and I feel like it's basically just a budget Urgot ADC at this point. He is gonna put Amuzio in, but just counters it because he has the flash available and can just flash away. I think Traptrix needs to start focusing targets without flash rather than just burning flash after flash. Tatui comes in, dominating kill as he picks up that one there on towards Ana, and it's getting in full retreat in the middle lane and in the top lane as Ruller will snipe that kill down. Vukti taken down by the shock blast there. Jace split pushing in the top side. Gonna need nods from 8's Gaming if they want to hold on to that inhibitor turret there. But they need all members to defend this middle inhibitor turret as well. Here comes the minion wave. Kake actually going to head towards the top side, and most of Epic Avalanche are going to head there now. Turret will be dead to rights any moment from now. The minions do come in. Kake in a bit of trouble. Flashes. Doesn't manage to get over the wall, but escapes nonetheless. Tatui goes on to Vespyr, who's, while the Gragas not all that tanky, he does have some tank items actually, but not enough. Traptrix also going down. Same story could be said for him. Ana goes for the hero play. It's a double kill for Kake, and you know, Ana tried, but it was not successful at all.
Yeah, this tanky Gragas pick in the mid lane also not really being able to do much. Only really has the utility of the ultimate to knock people away and some slows with the Iceborne Gauntlet. Able to keep people in place, but not really too much, as they're just going to look to take this middle inhibitor as well in similar fashion.
Nightwind in a lot of trouble. Here comes the curtain call. Imbi picks up that one. Another kill secured for Epic Avalanche, and Imbi firing off the last couple shots in the vague direction of Vespyr, but he is out of the range. DP coming in now. I think Epic Avalanche, they're ready to end this one right now. It has already gone longer than the last game. Tatui comes in on towards Vespyr, who has those tank items, but isn't that tanky. Might get away, doesn't quite. Tatui picks up that kill. Hyperkinetic Division Reverser just puts Tatui closer to Vespyr there. A kill will be returned on towards Imbi, and that is a significant amount of the damage that Epic Avalanche would have been hoping to do to the turrets taken down. But with Tatui, if they can get him free hitting on the turrets, then shouldn't be too much of a problem. He's baited in by Ana though, trying to get the kill actually, and Ana still has plenty of damage, trying to turn it around, but the damage isn't quite there, and Kake on the killing spree hits the stealth target with the spear. Beautiful spear coming out from that man. Ruller on towards Nightwind. Nightwind not long for this one, unless he gets just about to the fountain, and he does. Traptrix trying to ward them away with the Acid Hunters, but he doesn't have any AD built right now, so he's not doing a whole lot of damage with that. And Tatui comes in, he's not even that tanky either. They aren't going to focus on towards him though. Anuzio, quite low, does use the Mikhails on towards himself, and actually, it looks like Epic Avalanche have decided they can't quite end this game yet.
No, just taking so long to really do anything in this in here. They did nearly get the second Nexus turret, but they did have to back off. Kake had no mana, Muzio was looking fairly low, Rulla as well, and they just couldn't really carry on fighting. And that was really nicely played by Epic to just get so much though. I mean, 2 inhibitors going down plus a Nexus turret is a fairly good trade, seeing as they did dive straight past and just jumped on. But it's mainly down to the fact that 8 seconds just don't really have anything that they're able to do at this point. They're mainly relying on Una and Nightwind to do all the damage, while Vukti, Livespy and Traptrix are just there to try and lock people down and try to keep them in place long enough. And it looks like Nightwind's going to go down.
Trouble. Fate's Call comes in, but it's not enough to save him as Tattooey goes legendary. Might be able to secure the kill onto Traptrix as well, but Traptrix, pretty speedy little crab got there and will be able to escape. Just about. Kake coming in as well, and Tattooey actually decides he does want the kill after all. Traptrix doesn't have all that much health to work with right now, does get the hyperkinetic position reverse, which forces Tattooey in towards the turret, and he's actually taken down with the ultimate on him there, the Glacial Tomb. Ana doing a lot of damage, but it was Vukti that picked up the kill. Kake going on towards Traptrix. The Nexus turret goes down. The minions are winning this game for Epic Avalanche if Epic Avalanche aren't willing to do it themselves, as they go for the champions instead. Right now, Invi on towards Livespy. He's locked up, and the turret's still doing decent damage towards him, but Livespy just about going to go down. No, he doesn't actually. Kake with the good Zonyas, and Emuzio is actually the one who picks up that kill. Livespy trying to turn it around onto Kake, but he can't manage it. Invi will go down the battle of the AD carries, and Nightwind just about staying alive. Kake comes through, but the spear is there. The auto attack picks up the kill for Nightwind. I'm not sure it matters all that much, though. The whole time, Rollo was just split pushing on the bottom side. Picks up the inner turret there. Ana chasing down, wants to kill onto Emuzio, wants to pad those statistics a little bit. He's got some decent kills. He still does decent damage despite his 8 deaths. He's just being slowed down again and again by the inner flames. He's going to be rooted up as well here. And actually, Emuzio picks up the solo kill onto Ana just as the game ends. That is a beautiful note to end this game on, as Epic Avalanche, in a slightly messier game, show a display of absolute confidence and a bit of cockiness perhaps, and pick up the series 2-0 over 8s Gaming.
Definitely. Epic Avalanche doing such a good job of just constantly playing to their strengths and snowballing games to victory. Tattooey as well, throwing it just at the end, almost finished with a perfect score, but got the one death from that flash lockdown from Vukti in the end. So, almost, but just not close enough. But yeah, such a really nice play from Epic Avalanche. A lot more Clown Fiesta-y in the fact that they were just a little bit messier on those dives, giving away a lot more this time, but just coming through strong with the carry potential. And as we said, if we look at even looking at the statistics, Una was the main damage threat on the team, with everyone else closely behind. And it was in fact Nightwind who did the least amount of damage in the game on that Kalista ADC.
Yeah, it turns out Urgot support does more damage than the AD carry, so if that's not an advertisement for Urgot ADC, I don't know what is. I mean, Urgot support, I should say. Urgot support, I don't know what is. He didn't manage to get more damage than the Karma, though, but his team did lose quite heavily, so I can't blame him for that. I think this is an honorary victory here for 8s Gaming for bringing out the Urgot support. Here, round of applause to them, well done to them. Unfortunately, it doesn't mean anything in the league standings. They are still 9th, having gone down 2-0 in this series. Epic Avalanche have put themselves in a much better position at the top now with their win, and they've extended their lead there as well. So, next game I believe we'll bring you is Ground 6 versus the Flying Mariachis, and Ground 6 have been quite resurgent recently, and Flying Mariachis have a bit of a tough time of it lately, so that should be a pretty close game. You don't want to miss it. Be sure to join us back again soon when that game starts up.
won't give up now. You crave the love I gave, and we'll do it again. A cold night getting warmer now. The ground shakes as our love gets loud. We are the champions of the night. We are the champions of the night. Yeah. We are the fighting type, the ones that burn so bright. We are the champions of the night. Champions of the night. Can't tell if we're dreaming now. We watch as the fire falls down. One thing playing on our minds. Time stops and we don't make a sound. You crave the love I gave, and we'll do it again. A cold night getting warmer now. The ground shakes as our love gets loud. I'm ready to love. We're the champions of the night. I'm ready to champions of the night. Here we are, million miles away from what we hope for. Countless times we tried to become something
with the lights on, no fuss or fight on, yeah. Sounds on a road boy thing. Sounds on a trust them. With the lights on, no fuss or fight on, yeah.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Brave is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe vapors, green got us bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lit the veil when the system's unmasked. It's just another pyramid scheme of government racket. Line with the power with Charles Jurassic. Gnashing T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, take back the atlas.
Bring the madness.
Bring the madness. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. And cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all.
Brave is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determined.
Alright, we are back. Welcome back, everybody, to Week 8 of the Vespyr Premier League. This is the second game of today and the last game of this weekend. On the blue side, we have the Flying Mariachis, and on the red side, we have Ground 6. My name is Tasty Alda, and with me is Good Bro Joe.
Yes, indeed, and starting off strong with the Kindred being banned away. Certainly paid attention to the previous series and seeing how much of a threat that was. And the fact that Kindred is such a strong champion at the minute, so we'll have to see what happens as we start to go in.
As I understand it, we have a little bit of an issue with the stream right now. The streamer appears to be kicked out of the lobby. Not entirely sure what we're going to do about it, but for now we'll just keep keep on going as if you can see, and we'll describe to you what the bans are and what the picks are if the stream cannot see. So, interestingly, banned champions Lulu and Anivia have both been banned out for Ground 6. On the other side, Kindred and Yasuo are the bans for the Flying Mariachis.
Yeah, definitely some solid bans coming out. That Lulu is still that massive flex pick that can go top, can go mid, can go support. And Anivia as well, being targeted in Anuri. And it looks like we are just gonna reset so that the streamer can't get back in.
Yeah. Right, okay, so yeah, we should be back in the lobby any moment. Not quite sure how that happened, but Grang has returned and he will be gloriously streaming once again, so once we start this up you should be able to see the exact same bands coming through as last time. The Poppy was the last band came out, I believe so. Should be getting back underway. These two teams now, Flying Mariachi is currently 4th place in the Vespyr Premier League, and if they win, they could be making it a 3-horse race for second, as Epic Avalanche have already secured 1st place for themselves completely. There is no other team that can beat them now in the regular split, as I understand it, and if Flying Mariachis win this, they will be very much in contention for second, and that will get them some decent seeding for the playoffs, which is what they're looking for with a win right now. And Ground 6 on the other side, they're looking to try and make that late surge and try and get themselves better seeding for the promotion tournament and maybe even make a challenge for the playoffs. I'm not quite sure if that's possible. It is just about possible if they looked to try and make that surge for the playoffs. So recently they have been having a resurgence as well, so it'll be interesting to see how this game goes. Poppy and Trundle, the final 2 bands.
Yeah, I mean, Yasuo getting taken away from Blib as well, making sure that he doesn't get that comfort champion. Echo picked up on that top line straight away. Could be top, could be jungle, could be mid, who knows where it could be. Hey, after the previous series, it could be support as well, who knows?
Yeah. This could be AD carry, and I would be less surprised than the Urgot support, but...
Exactly. And it looks like Nautilus is being hotted at the minute on that other side, just looking for some sort of sustainable wave clear and just constant NCC threat that he brings, especially once he hits 6 with that depth charge that he can throw out and just lock down a single target for everyone else to follow up, and it is locked in with Gragas in the jungle. Such a good jungler at the minute, brings everything that you really need out of a jungler, brings engage, brings disengage, and has an alright clear time as well.
Absolutely, and he can still be flexed to the top side, and Nautilus can be flexed to the support role, however. I imagine we'll be seeing those picks as they are right now, Nautilus in the top lane and Gragas in the jungle, so some decent amounts of AP so far, very tanky picks with a lot of CC, crowd control, utility being offered on that side. Meanwhile, on the other side, Maokai, quick lock in there, that'll be going over to probably Highlander on the top side, and Muyu has got the Jhin locked in for himself.
Yeah, very nice pickups. Looking for that straight up lane dominance that Jhin can potentially bring in the early game. Just looking to constantly fight with these little trades. But Elgoldo is looking to hover this Lucian because he knows what he's going to be facing, so he's going to look for something they'll be able to trade aggressively as well. And that is going to be the Lucian locked in. We'll have to see whether they're going to go for Sam Haribo's pick as well and leave that mid lane up as the last pick as you would expect. And it is the Soraka getting picked up for Sam Haribo, looking to just constantly get those heals out and keep people alive throughout these fights.
Yeah, and it means that if Muyu comes over and tries to get some poke down using those 4th auto attacks that Jhin can poke oh so well with, Sam Haribo can just use the heals and get El Goldo back up to a healthy situation, and that will have negated the trade that would have otherwise gone in favor of the bottom lane on the side of the Flying Mariachi. So I think that's a pretty decent pick, at least lane-wise here, and probably a decent pick throughout their entire game as well. Soraka does tend to be pretty versatile of a pick. Just, I mean, when do you not need healing, really? So on the other side, Lux and Braum the Hovers. I wouldn't be surprised to see both of these locked in either. Haven't been seeing too much Lux lately, but then again, haven't been seeing too much Maokai lately, and Maokai is by all accounts a very strong pick right now, so that does not necessarily mean that the Lux isn't a strong pick. And Braum, of course, a very strong support as well. Brings some hard engage, which is quite good, or some kind of hard engage. Gets harder and harder as you go along, gets to some pretty damn hard engage once you get to level 6, and that's pretty good counter to the Soraka style of play on the bottom side.
Certainly some solid team fighting as well, and if they try to go in, then you've obviously got that Fisher at 6 that you can use to try and split people up and keep people all sort of slow enough so that they can't really maneuver the way they'd want with a Soraka pick. But Zed being locked in that mid lane to look to counter this Lux and just constantly look to dive, get that solo kills potential, and then just roam constantly with the ability of Zed to just split push and do it fairly safely as well.
Absolutely, so that will be going over to Blip in the middle lane for ground 6, and these team comps both been rounded out all the way now, and I imagine we're going to see a bit of a change in the summoner spells. Probably not going to be heal Zed in the middle lane, and probably not going to be cleanse on the Lux either. I imagine an exhaust coming out for Nuri and an ignite coming out for Blip would make the most sense. I don't think the side of ground 6 need any more healing than they already have.
Ignite or Cleanse definitely on that Zed, I would think. Either one would be perfectly fine. Cleanse would mean that he'd be able to get out of those bindings and possibly either secure a kill or just look to get move out of a fight and disengage if he gets caught by potential parallel convergence from Mino English. But just going to be looking to go in, and there isn't any change. There it is.
There we
Last
go,
second
okay.
it gets changed. So, yeah, as you said, Exhaust on Nuri, Ignite on Blib, and they're just looking for constant fights, I believe, and Blib will just be wanting to just jump straight in with that Ignite and get the kill.
Yeah, absolutely. I want you guys to cast your eyes over towards Twitch chat, where you will see the lovely Grang has posted a couple of straw polls, or actually it's the same straw poll, but twice. So you can vote on who you believe will win this game between the Flying Mariachis and Ground 6. Thank you very much, Glamorous Assistant Grang. And so, the double exhaust, I think, works very well a lot of the time, but especially when there's a Zed on the enemy team. Really looking to shut down Blib, I think, on the side of the Flying Mariachis.
It is very nice, but at the same time, there's quite a lot of exhausts, and I'd be interested to see whether they'll actually be able to do much, because you'd be able to exhaust Zed maybe if he jumps to the back, but it won't really do a lot against this Nautilus and Gragas, who are just going to look to constantly CC you and just keep you locked down long enough for everyone to just wait out that exhaust timer, and then just get you anyway.
Absolutely, and so, based purely on the team comps, if you were to vote in the straw poll, my good friend, good bro Joe, who would you vote for to win this game?
Well, personally, I think it's a little bit difficult, but honestly, I like Ground 6 comp a little bit better, but I think the Mariachis have shown that they're very good at playing off their compositions well, and personally, I think that it's mainly just going to go down to the record of Mariachis, who've done so well in previous weeks, and I think if they get snowballing, be not impossible to come back, but they'll have a much better advantage as they snowball through to that mid and early and late game, especially if Jin can get going as well. And Lux can be such a pain, especially around objective fighting if they group up, which they're going to be wanting to do on this composition of Gragas, Nautilus, and the Soraka, who's going to want to be constantly healing up, but she could still get caught out by this Lux for the combo. If lands a good QE and ult, then it's pretty much just instantly dead.
Absolutely, so we'll see if that's what they're going to go for there. And I mean, yeah, they're pretty volatile in the middle lane, I feel, particularly once they both hit level 6. Going to see some brawls going backwards and forwards. And if Nuri is able to get the light binding on towards Blib as soon as he comes out of the initial cast of the Death Mark, then we could see the fights definitely going in favor of Nuri. So that'll be interesting to see how it goes. I imagine Blib probably going to build a Hex Drinker, though, to negate some, or quite a bit, of the burst coming out of Lux, and that will go, obviously, into a more of Malmortius as well.
Certainly like these team comps better than previous series. A lot of strong frontline on both sides, and they actually have some good carry threats as well, so either side could really take this one.
You're saying you like this more than the team comp with Urgot support?
Yes. Somehow I think I prefer these team comps a little bit more than the Urgot support. Although, once again, the Urgot support didn't necessarily feel like the problem in that game. So I'm not going to knock it, because who knows, maybe we'll see it another time.
Yeah, no, maybe it would be picked up in the LCS later today or something. Who knows? Anyway, 67% of you, I believe, have voted for Ground 6, and you believe that is going to be the team that wins this. Their record currently suggests that they will not be the team that wins it. However, they are on a bit of a hot streak right now, and Flying Mariachis coming off a loss means that Ground 6 might be able to turn this one around in their favor. As we do get into the loading screen now, we'll be able to see those Keystone Masteries.
Yeah, and perfectly possible as well. Ground 6 have got a really nice team comp as well, and looks like it's going to be pretty much it. Some staple Keystone Masteries picked up. Grasp of the Undying in the top lane, Strength of the Ages in the jungle, both Thunderlords in the mid lane, Deathfire on Jhin, Warlords on Lucian, and obviously Wind Speakers on Soraka with Bond of Stone on Braum. So going to be looking for just that straight up damage reduction to try and keep people alive.
Absolutely. So, welcome everybody to Summoner's Rift. We are here now. The teams are spawning in, and looks like the side of Flying Mariachis, they're grouping up a little bit. We'll have to see if once they get out of the gates, they all go towards the same area. Doesn't seem like it. So, looks like both sides are just going to go for a pretty regular start right now. Just kind of sharing the defensive responsibilities across the map from top to bottom. Both junglers are actually on the bottom side right now, as Mino English on that Echo heads down there with Jungle Prodigy on the other side, but Jungle Prodigy is heading towards the middle lane, so we might actually switch back up to the top side. And both junglers starting on the top side is more of what we've been seeing lately coming from the Vespyr Premier League. However, it wouldn't be too much of a surprise to see them start on the other side, as SLB actually gets a ward in, but it is cleared away actually by Ground 6 very quickly. Fast fingers there, making sure they were able to deny that little bit of vision.
Yeah, perfectly done. Just gets a little bit of extra gold for your support, but not really going to be able to do much with that. Just means that you deny the vision, but they pretty much know because the jungler wasn't spotted that jungle will be starting on the top side with Gragas and Nautilus sharing these Krugs. Gonna have to see, because there's no real level 1 aggression coming out, and all we can really say is that Round 6 have certainly won the skin game with 5-1. Bad showing from Mariachis, I feel.
Actually, one problem is, well, if we were playing in the nationwide arena in Columbus, Ohio, I believe the Jungle Prodigy would actually be kicked out for using that skin. That's not allowed in that arena, so...
Well, good thing we're not.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say, because we don't want even more delays. And already laying down a little bit of poke in that mid lane. Blib lands the Shuriken, and Nuri lands the Singularity as well. So, just going to do a little bit of damage, but nothing too dangerous just yet.
Yeah, so just a bit of standard poke going backwards and forwards as you'd expect. Both bottom lanes starting with their jungle camps as you again would expect. Sam Haribo and Algoldo did go a little bit lower than Muyu and SLB, but they do have that sustain coming out. Not only do they have the Soraka healing in lane, they also have Warlord's Bloodlust on El Goldo to heal himself up. And you see, he's taking some pretty bad trades here, but it doesn't seem to matter for him really, and he isn't really one to care about that too much. He can just walk up and farm all he wants to. Sam Haribo is quite low on health right now. He will regen it, though he has the biscuits running and 2 more biscuits in the inventory as well. Means that nothing too much of a problem is going to happen to him.
Well, I mean, Soraka does do so well in lane, especially with that coin being able to replenish our own health, so that even if you do start to take some damage from constantly healing your ADC, you get it back anyway just from passively standing in lane. It's pretty much like a Trundle passive going off, and does some fairly good work. Prodigy's having a bit of a tough time in this jungle though. His clear was a lot further delayed than English, who had a harder leash from Highlander on that Maokai, being able to throw down a couple of saplings before starting, so going to be able to potentially get an earlier gank than Prodigy, who's still he's looking to loop around though on a Nuri in this mid lane, who's going aggressive.
Nuri might be in a lot of trouble here. Ignite available for Blib. Nuri just used the shield as well, and there is the flash body slam. There is the ignite. There is the first blood coming through for Blib, and only cost them 2 summoners there, Ground 6, and it's a very good start for them. A good response to the fact that Jungle Prodigy was falling a little bit behind, perhaps. Mino English actually tries to hang out over the wall, tries to hit him with the Time Winder, maybe trying to get a return kill, but was not to be.
Really respecting the potential for the flash body slam there. The body slam was coming through, and I mean, he was never going to just body slam and go in, so no burned flash in the mid lane, so Blib and Nuri will still have those available to duke it out, but getting that first blood over to Blib is going to be crucial in starting to snowball as he goes for an early Caulfields, and only cloth armor picked up in response.
Yeah, no, a lot of shurikens probably going to be coming out of Blib now, and Nuri going to have to be there with the fancy feet, trying to dodge out away from those ones, because that cloth armor will not protect him all that much from a shuriken coming his way, and he did also burn his exhaust, which will be back up at around the same time as Blib's ignite. So perhaps a bit too eager to blow that and not the flash instead, and really should have just respect flashed away from it. He will once again try and go aggressive to trade on towards Blib, but throws a shield towards him. That's not going to do any damage to him, I'm afraid.
It's just to sort of get in his eyes to try and make him miss the shurikens. That's clearly what it is. Just shine the light there and maybe you'll miss. But Nothing just yet, because he's happy enough to land every single one. And the damage is doing a lot of work as well. Oh, a little bit of aggression coming out of SLB and Muyu, but nothing too bad. Not able to get the final stack, and all that damage is just going to be equaled up as Haribo does get tons of healing with that W.
Yeah, absolutely. And if that Deadly Flourish had landed from Muyu there, it was just a little bit too wide. But if it had landed, Goldo would have been on considerably lower health than he is now. I'm not sure there would have been too much extra follow-up, but the concussive stacks would have been procced. And that gives a little bit of burst damage as it is, particularly in the early levels. And Sam Haribo might have had to use a little bit more of his health and mana to heal up Goldo for that one.
Nope.
Actually, a return gank in the middle lane here. Nuri in a lot of trouble. Thunderlord's procced onto him. There is the respect flash. I'm glad he burned this one this time. Blib will not follow him over the wall, and we'll just keep farming up. He already has a 1 level advantage over Nuri right now. CS actually even, but the level advantage is there for Blib, and he can look to really put down some extra pain onto Nuri, particularly now that Nuri doesn't have that flash available. If Blib hits 6 first, that should be another free kill in the middle lane for him.
Same could be said for the jungle as well. Prodigy already a level ahead and higher in pressure as he's had that assist. Been out farming as well. Mino English, who's just been basically clearing jungle camps where he can. Tried to hold mid a little bit, and Blib with a little bit of a misstep there. Missed Shuriken. Missed opportunity there. If he'd landed that bit of damage, he could have potentially kept it in. But Nuri's still low mana. Gonna have to try and respect the potential all-in of Blib, who still has flash and aggression coming out. Mino English
To the top side, actually. Mino English comes in. Epic will dodge away from the parallel convergence. Actually flashes to get in position for the dredge line, but it's not enough because the kill is secured by the phase dive from Mino English. Flashes both burned on the top side. Meanwhile, Nuri in a lot of trouble. There's the free kill I was talking about. Didn't land the light binding either, just to add insult to injury, and Blib gets out scot-free with another kill there. So kill 1 for 1 over all traded for both teams, but if Blib's going to get rolling on this Zed, then that's going to be a problem for Flying Mariachi, particularly because Muyu doesn't really have any escape mechanism to get away from Blib.
Yep, definitely. I mean, he doesn't have any way of getting away other than flash. Exhaust is going to be able there to be able to hold him down, but I mean, what are you going to be able to do if he gets rolling too hard? I mean, already got that core field, picks up a couple of long swords and boots as well, so he's going to be able to dodge out those abilities from Lux a little bit easier, and he's got to be even more careful because flash has already been burned, and Blib has now got flash and ignite up again. And he's going to look to go straight back in as he lands a beautiful double shuriken for that half health instant.
Yep, and here comes Jungle Prodigy. They're looking to dive Nuri once again. Nuri has his ultimate available, but that's not really going to help him in this situation. Ignite onto him, towards him. Barrel roll comes through. Blib just walks away and lets the Ignite do the job. Picks up another kill. Killing spree for that man in the middle lane. And Nuri, 0-3-0 right now. He's not having a great time so far.
Yeah, the tent has well and truly been set up in this mid lane from Jungle Prodigy, but English going aggressive. Still has ult available as well.
Looks to knock that tent right back down, but he can't actually secure a kill there. Does force Jungle Prodigy away, and Blib will also have to back as well. As a bit of a brawl happens in the bottom side, but once again it goes in favor of Goldo and Sam Haribo because they have so much sustain. They can just heal up after the trade. If SLB and Muyu want to do these trades, they have to go all in for it, and they have to pick up a kill before Sam Haribo can really start to heal back up again.
But you're gonna have to be real careful though, because all they have to do right now is just sort of scale up a little bit. The Mariachis need something to be able to try and fight these around objectives and such as we start scaling into the mid game. But Jin head and farm in the bot lane. We've got Muyu ahead. Highlander ahead as well with that assist in the top lane. Mino picked up a kill, so he's pretty much even. I believe he's actually slightly ahead. Yep, he's about 100 gold ahead of that jungle. It's only the mid lane it's actually behind, so gonna have to see if this Zed can really carry, because he's all that they've got at the minute to sort of push them further towards the lead.
Yeah, all the eggs are in the Blib basket, and we'll see how capable that basket is of carrying the eggs which have been placed into it, as Blib still getting the better of Nuri, but the CS advantage isn't as large as you might expect it to be. Of course, the 3 kills mean that the CS advantage matters a whole lot less than it would otherwise, but you'd expect him to be really bullying Nuri away and preventing him from getting as much farm as he can. He is pushing him away a little bit, however, and there is a slight advantage building up right now. Mino English actually heading towards the bottom side, but will be spotted out by the Wolf Spirit, actually, and Jungle Prodigy is hovering around to make sure that his bot lane won't be in too much trouble of a 3v2.
Yeah, exactly. Prodigy just sort of farming up what he can, trying to stay equal. with Mino English. He's been able to pick up a little bit of XP with that advantage in kills and a little bit extra farm, but just about even now. And yeah, just going to sort of try and get as much as he can so he can stay relevant in these fights. Looks like a little bit of damage going to be traded in this top side, but another thing is Blib's still a full level ahead of Nuri and almost going to be 2 levels ahead once he gets that next wave, I believe. But going to start roaming around, looking to put some vision out, I believe, and try and clear out what he can to put the pressure on Nuri, because Nuri's currently stuck in this mid lane, and if Blib can start roaming around, it's going to be a lot of trouble.
Yeah, bit of a slap fight going down the top side here. Highlander wins it conclusively, actually. Epic hanged back away from that one, crossed the Undying Croc back with them forwards, and ended up going in favour of Highlander, who will force his counterpart out of lane, and that will mean they're able to push in towards the tower. And Mino English actually hanging around the top side. I think they might have been looking for a dive there, but he just goes into the ward as he sees that Epic has actually backed away.
Epic gonna TP straight back up to the top though, so TP advantage on the side of the Mariachis if they want to try and potentially go for a bottom side power play, either go for a dive or just go for a straight up dragon. But Prodigy is in the enemy side jungle on the bot, and he could be looking to just go into this bot side as he goes to the Krugs, clears those out, and then could just come in for a gank from behind. I mean, they are pushed up fairly hard, and Muyu and SLB have got to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, and both bottom lanes haven't actually recooled yet, and El Goldo has held onto his biscuit this whole time. Sam Haribo still has a biscuit of his own, and the sustain has been incredible from this bot lane so far, and they've been playing it really well to hold on to that little extra bit of sustain in their back pockets if they need it, and you know, they're just sort of locked in place, but each bot lane is locked in place by the fact that the other bot lane refuses to back before them, so they've reached over 100 CS on the AD carries without having actually recooled to pick up any extra items. Here he comes now, Jungle Prodigy, only the Doran's Blade on the side to add extra damage for El Goldo here, and actually it's a bit of a botched gank, and Jungle Prodigy's the one in trouble as Mino English comes along the side now. Sam Haribo, exhausted, tries to get away, Mino English back on towards him, but meanwhile, Blib, he's on the backside, he's picked up 1, he's picked up 2. The whole time there was another fight happening in the top side, but that bottom side fight went incredibly in favor of Ground 6. This might be a bit of a return here as Epic going quite low to Highlander in what should be a wet noodle fight, but Highlander, he bought a deceptively dry noodle there, and that is the kill going over towards him as he picks up that one. 1-0-1 in the top side. The saving grace right now for the Flying Mariachis, who are now losing everywhere across the board. Blib 5-0 right now. He just completely 1v2'd the bot lane of the Flying Mariachis.
Mainly happened just because Epic wanted to stop that TP that was coming out of Highlander and just dived straight on through. Used everything. Looks like Blib might be getting caught here, but everything's been used on the mid.
Doesn't have the shadow available and will actually go down to Mino English, who smacks him on the back with that stick for the last kill there. I'm not even sure what that is actually called, that weapon that Echo uses, but whatever it does damage, and Blib was on the receiving end this time, and he will be forced back to base, but it will actually just straight up by the Mortimer Mortius now that he's picked up, as well as the Caulfield's Warhammer in his inventory, and the boots still.
More certainly going to give him a lot of survivability once it pops that life grip. I mean, he's going to get so much urge health back from that spell vamp and lifesteal that he gains. Going to be able to stay that little bit extra survivable, especially against Nuri, who's not really got any stats to really compete with him. I mean, he's got a Seekers, he's got a Fiendish Codex, and that Idol as well. And apart from that, he's not really actually finished anything that's going to help him. No Zonias yet, no Morello to try and do extra damage, and it's just going to sort of be on the receiving end of even more punishment as Blib's Deathmark is about to come back up.
Yeah, and here they come with the gank in towards the middle lane. SLB's there to try and help Nuri stay alive. Nuri flashes away, but Blib flashes on towards him and will get the kill. Still has the death mark available and forces SLB's flash by putting it on towards him. Good play once again from Blib. 6-1 now, and he's becoming an unstoppable train of pain in that middle lane.
Yeah, and I mean, Prodigy just making sure that he goes back, gets some biscuits, because that tent is not going anywhere anytime soon. Yeah, just Blib getting stronger and stronger. 6-1 now versus the 0-4 Lux in that mid lane. Nuri's just having a hell of a time, just getting absolutely jumped every chance that Prodigy's got. He's just using that flash body slam to just jump straight in.
Getting to the point where Nuri actually doesn't offer as much gold as other kills do on the map now. Mino English gonna throw the parallel conversions down, forces Blib and Jungle Prodigy away from the turret, so they won't be able to take that one quite yet. Still no objectives taken in the middle lane, despite all the kills going over towards Blib, but the fact that he has so many kills means that it doesn't matter all that much they haven't been taking the objectives, because the gold, sheerly the gold advantage built from the kills is really big.
Definitely, and I mean, only a K ahead at the minute, even though they've got twice as many kills and no objectives, no drags, no Rift Heralds, no turrets have gone down yet. So, gonna have to look for something at some point to try and, you know, actually make some kind of leeway in this game. Otherwise, we're just gonna see kills and kills and kills and nothing to really do in front. Because if you don't really get that map pressure, then you're not actually doing anything with this gold advantage.
Can't say I mind the idea of kills and kills and kills. It sounds like a fun time to me, but I'm sure that Ground 6, if they're looking to actually make this late season surge that they've already done with their last 2 wins, they probably want to be getting some macro objectives along with the micro outplays and the kills and the ganks coming through for them as well, because otherwise the win might fall slowly out of their grasp if they're not able to snowball the lead with the use of towers and dragons.
And to be fair, kills and kills and kills is pretty good, but you do need to finish the game at some point, and it looks like they're going to go for a dive on this top side on Epic, who is going low.
Yeah, no, Epic going low. There was the chrono break to juggle the aggro from Mino English. Very well used. Another pretty simple kill in the top side, and, you know, as much as we've been focused on Nuri having a bit of a shocker so far in the middle lane, Epic's doing pretty much exactly the same on the other side of the map in the top side for Ground 6.
Yeah, definitely. I think Highlander and Mino are definitely being the MVPs so far, doing a really good job of juggling aggro in this top side.
Nuri's in trouble once again. There he goes. One more attack will do it. Actually gets the prismatic barrier, and the light binding onto Blib means that he stays alive. He actually almost gets Blib with the final spark on the backside as well. So he actually almost managed to turn that around, which would have been quite the sight to behold. But the fact that Jungle Prodigy has spent so much time in the mid lane means that 2 turrets have gone down on the top side thanks to Epic's death, and Mino has been pressuring that really well. And in comes Highlander to prevent that turret in the middle lane from going down. So the fact that the kills and kills and kills have stopped working right now because 2 turrets just went down in favor of the Flying Mariachis, and they're able to save the middle lane turret, which means they now have a significant gold advantage.
Yeah, definitely. Blib also unlucky with that fight in the mid lane. His Deathmark was just coming back up, but he wasn't able to close the distance enough to be able to land it. And yeah, 2 turrets in that top side going down, and that is not a good trade. As now the gold has swung back in the side of the Mariachis.
Yeah, and really, I mean, you know, just as we mentioned it, it became ever so pertinent that they need to take these macro objectives if they want to stay relevant in the game. They are now about 1,000 gold behind, which is exactly pretty much how far ahead they were before that play happened in the top side. So, we'll see if Jungle Prodigy has any answer to this, and the answer cannot be gank mid again, Jungle. That's not allowed. That's not the correct answer in this case.
No, it might not be, but he's looking to do it anyway. Because maybe he just really doesn't like Lux.
Yeah.
That's all it is. He's had enough games where Lux just snowballs and finishes his team off 1v5, so he's like, you know what, I'm going to get revenge for all those times in solo queue when I just get stomped, and going to keep on pressuring that. But at the same time, I feel Blib needs to start making that advantage count and start roaming around the map doing something. Or even just get that turret, but he's struggling because there's a lot of wave clear coming out from Nuri, coming up from Highlander as well, who came down with that TP, and he's doing some good damage here, good arcane smashes, and using that passive to get health back with Grasp.
Yeah, and he has so much sustain, and Epic just doesn't, and Highlander's almost out healing Epic right now as he tries to turn it around with the shield. In comes Sam Haribo to offer him a hand, and Blib also heads towards the top side. Mino English stops his pursuit of Blib, actually, goes towards the Rift Scuttler instead, and this means Highlander's in a lot of trouble. Ignite goes on to him. Blib surely going to use the ultimate at some point to try and secure the kill. He tries to do it without burning it, but there it is, the ultimate going down to Highlander, who actually just has so much health and is so tanky that it doesn't matter. He will eventually go down surely right now. There's the chrono break across the whole team though, and Highlander healing back up, so much healing from him with the sap magic, with the Grasp of the Undying. Sam Haribo is the one that goes down in the end, a 3v2, and in fact a double kill comes through for Mino English. Meanwhile on the bottom side, El Goldo's died, and it's going to be another kill onto Jungle Prodigy. He actually turns it back around onto SLB. Blib, meanwhile, goes down. Mino English, he's now got as many kills as Blib. Muyu picks up another one on the bot side. The ace comes through in favor of the Flying Mariachis. Absolutely crazy stuff all across the map, but what incredible play from Highlander on the top side.
Highlander, the unkillable Maokai in the top, gets ignited, gets everything used on him, and even then he just out-heals everything that is thrown on top of him. He does get a lot of uses out of that passive as well, because Soraka's going to be spamming those heals. Nautilus has only really got those Riptides to be able to do any kind of damage, and Zed just uses a few too many spells, and with all that, he can just keep on popping that passive, getting that max health back, and Grasp just proving to be able to take him down. And they do get some turrets out of this, some T1 mid and T1 bot for just an entire team kill.
Yeah, so there is the entire outer ring of turrets now destroyed on the side of ground 6, and they have not yet taken a turret of their own. They have picked up one dragon, which is a bit of a consolation for them right now, but, you know, it was looking so good for them in the early game. They'd got so many kills to their name, especially onto their mid laner, but Blib has not been able to translate that into any concrete advantages, any pressure advantages on the map, any gold advantages in the end, because they're now about 5,000 gold behind, which is just catastrophically awful considering they were ahead not too long ago.
Yeah, and if you thought Maokai was tanky before, he's now picked up a Spirit Visage, so he's going to get even more healing off of those
my
passive
goodness.
procs, and they're going to have to really think about how they can engage this one, because they can't just simply jump on Maokai without the potential damage follow-up. They do have the Yomu's on Zed now, so at least they've got a little bit of innate armor pen to be able to jump through what he has already, but still need to be careful and think about whether they do have the damage to seal him out, because he ran all the way from that T1 side to the river, tanking everything at the same time, and popped so much of his passive that they just didn't have anything to do. It takes away the blue buff in the face of Blib, and then just slaps him as well for his manners. That's how you know you've got that's your area of the jungle, when you can just walk in, take their buff, and slap them in the butt.
Yeah, and it looks like Epic's in a lot of trouble right now. He's locked up quite low. There comes the Wish coming through to keep him alive right now, and Muyu's actually going to go down to the death mark on the backside, I believe. Blib picks up that kill. Blib picks up another as well. He's going pretty big this fight. El Goldo goes down. But no, he doesn't. He stays just alive, as Sam Haribo is the one who went down instead. Mino just staying alive with the Chrono Break. Jungle Prodigy will go down. The Light Binding, a triple kill for Nuri. After such a disastrous early game, that's got him back on track, to say the least. Blib got plenty of kills of his own in that fight, but still, it went in favor of the Flying Mariachis. 3-2 in the end, but they pick up the turret on the backside, which is the crucial part of that fight.
Yeah, and going to go straight down to Dragon as well, which is just about to spawn, and that was a beautiful final spark coming out of Nuri in the middle of that fight there to take out Sam Haribo on the backside. No extra heals to come through, so everyone had to back away, but Prodigy was just that little bit too far forward. Highlander lands the Twisted Advance, lands the Arcane Smash, and everybody else picks him up in the end for a solid trade. And picks up Turret and Dragon off the back of it, so some really good play coming out of the Mariachis, who are playing so well in this mid-game.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think the Mariachis, they're going to be focusing even harder now. They're going to be winning the fights even more now because of that Dragon buff they picked up. They've got a 6% extra damage coming through in their favor, which is obviously a more significant buff. Now we're into about the 22nd minute of the game, so that fight was closer than it perhaps ought to have been, but I can't see any fights being that close again if it's a full-on 5v5.
Yeah, definitely. You're going to have to be careful about the rules of engagement going forward, but we'll have to see if they can start to make something happen with this lead that they've accrued. I mean, it's a solid 7k gold lead at the minute with that 5 turret advantage, and going to have to see if they can keep on pushing in, possibly look towards Baron soon, because they are so far ahead, they might want to just force a fight straight up and then look to collapse onto the backline.
Yeah, Nuri has completed the Zonyas for himself as well now, so that limits the potential of Blib to get those assassinations off on towards him. He does have the target of Muyu, but Muyu has the QSS now as well, and Blib is going to have trouble unless he wants to assassinate a low priority target, because he's not going to have enough damage to take down Highlander. Mino English has the Chrono Break available. Meanwhile, actually a fight's broken out, and it's Blib that's the one in trouble. Does put the death mark on towards Nuri, tries to get escape, but Curtain Call's hitting him on the backside. Doesn't quite land the fourth one though, and Blib will escape just about. Mino English stuns up the entire bot lane of G6 right now. It's El Goldo that they leave to the dogs, and it's SLB that picks it up with the Winters by Sam Haribo. Gonna go down as well. Mino English, godlike so far. He's been popping off this game. A double kill for him. Highlander keeping that kill nice and fresh for him, keeping it available, and he does smack it out of the park. Blib and Epic, the only members of Ground 6 alive right now. Epic trying to do this one-man hold on towards this inhibitor turret right now, but I'm not sure he has any sort of damage to do that with. He's tanky, he's got that going for him, but the inhibitor turret isn't doing enough damage, and now it's gone down. Epic gonna be going down to follow it. Mino English, another kill for that man. Legendary kill that one is. As now the Flying Mariachis take the first inhibitor of the game.
Feels so unfortunate as well. Blib had used his shadow to try and get some poke down, but as soon as that shadow had timed out, Epic was still stuck under the turret trying to hold it, and Blib just didn't have any way of closing the distance and getting in other than flashing, so he just hung off to the back, and it just meant that Epic was left out to dry as he was caught out of position. And some really good play there. SLB just us face tanking and being unafraid to just be straight in front of the enemy team so that they can collapse with Highlander on this Maokai, who's just so tanky. Like, he's just walking through their team at this point, just unafraid.
This isn't going to do anything. They were looking to pick up a kill, they were looking to catch him out, but there's just nothing. I mean, I can't see a situation in which Highlander dies this game, to be honest. He's just so much healing, he's so tanky, and there's just got the double Dorans for that little extra bit of damage as well, a bit of punch on the backside coming from him, and it just means that he's just so incredibly unkillable.
Yeah, and it's going to be impossible to get away from as well. Now that he's finished off that Iceborne Gauntlet, he's going to jump straight on with the Twisted Advance and just keep you locked in place forever, because as soon as he's finished slowing you with the Arcane Smash, he's going to just punch you in the face, get the Iceborne proc, and you're going to be stuck there for even longer.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's really, I mean, him and Mino English. Mino English is the one who's been doing it in the flashy way, but him and Highlander have been taking over this game, and it was a battle of whether camping mid or camping top was better for the team. Blib was the mid laner who was camped by Jungle Prodigy, and the top laner, Highlander, was camped by Mino English, and it seems to have won out for the Flying Mariachis. Mino English and Highlander getting the better of that battle of the campsites, if you will.
Definitely, and the problem is that if you've got a really strong top laner such as Maokai, who has a lot of innate sustain to be able to keep on and staying alive in these fights and can just frontline so well, then you've got to be careful. Just get caught, but it is a full 5-man, so they might be able to do something, but gonna have to just back away because everybody else is collapsing through.
Yeah, here they come. Mino English gets the stun up on towards Epic with the parallel convergence, and he's in a lot of trouble. Does ult on towards me to delay his pursuit now, and Jungle Prodigy gets a knock up on towards him. Blib goes on towards the backlines, but he's exhausted. Deathmark goes on to Muyu, but he has the face of the mounted shield, and Blib is locked up by the concussive stacks, just stays alive long enough to get some extra damage, but it's not enough as Nuri takes him down. Curtain Call coming through. Sam Haribo left out in the cold right now. Epic trying to get the body block, but he's locked up by the light binding, and that means that Muyu can bend the bullet, pick up the kill onto Sam Haribo. What a snipe that was, and 2 more kills now for the Flying Mariachis, and they look to go on towards Baron.
What a shot to go around Nautilus and finish him off. I mean, that was beautiful, but gonna potentially just go straight for this Baron and look to just steal out this game in commanding fashion. Take this Baron, then just go straight to lanes. Prodigy is here though for a potential steal, has Body Slam available. Everybody's looking for it, but gotta be careful about around the back because those spikes do a lot of damage.
Yeah, SLB going quite low, does have the Unbreakable to try and keep him alive, and Nuri low as well now. It will be secured by Mino English, and Jungle Prodigy went in, didn't secure the smite. Will get taken down for even trying, and another kill now for the Flying Mariachis, and, crucially, the Baron buff.
Jumps in and just gets a whole lot of nope thrown back in his face as everyone stuns him up, and even the final spark came out of Nuri just to add insult to injury.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Nuri feels quite, let's say he doesn't really like Jungle Prodigy very much right now after what happened in the early game.
Yeah, he was pretty triggered by that early game camping. And as far as it goes, the team is doing fairly well. Flying Mariachi's doing a really good job. 10 kills ahead, 10k, 11k ahead, 6 turrets, and they've got a Baron buff on all 5 members. And Highlander's just going to look to constantly be split pushing now, I feel. With that TP available, he can come join if necessary. We'll have to see what they decide to go for. Whether it'll just be, well, everyone's just going to go towards Dragon, and it'll be interesting to see how they start to lane this. Whether they're just going to leave that mid lane to push on its own and just go for a 1-0-4 split where they have Highlander up in the top lane and everybody else in the bot. I think that's probably the most optimal choice. Come through in the bot lane.
Absolutely, because there's no one that can respond to the split of Highlander. Mino English actually sticking to Blib like glue right now. Might be able to pick up a kill on the backside. Heals coming through from Sam Haribo, and Blib actually gets followed over the wall by Mino English. Curtain Call didn't really do much of anything in the end. Epic actually looks to get the kill on towards Muyu, who's been abandoned by his team, but there they come in return, trying to keep him alive. Meanwhile, Mino English might have bitten off a bit more than he can chew, but he's next to the wall right now. He can get away. Nuri did pick up the kill onto Epic, who did delay a lot of time, but his his team weren't able to even pick up the kill onto Mino English with it. I say that, they might do it now, he just gets away. He's so speedy with that dead man. He's going to recoil, actually. He's still going, and the top lane's being pushed in by Highlander. The Baron buff minions taking down the inhibitor turrets. Inhibitor turret goes down on the top side. Inhibitor turret goes down on the bottom side. Jungle Prodigy goes down on the bottom side. Blib going in, tries to pick up one kill. He does on towards Muyu. Deathmark on towards Nuri. Doesn't get that one. Meanwhile, Goldo has picked up another kill. Nuri, he's in trouble now. The fact that Highlander wasn't here means that this is a problem for the Flying Mariachis, as Blib and Goldo and Sam Haribo, they're on towards SLB. Blib chasing him down with the Yomu's active. He's speedy, but is he speedy enough? There's the Winter's Bite. A Shuriken hits him through, but meanwhile, Highlander the whole time, he's taken one inhibitor. He's taking a second inhibitor now. SLB's there to help him out with it. He can probably even try and take the third. He'll probably try and escape as he actually heads towards Blib right now. He might focus on towards the third, or he might peace out for now, and he does, because there would be a lot of sustained damage coming through. I don't think even he could have quite managed to take that third one down without dying, but 2 inhibitors for the Flying Mariachis, and the fact that Highlander didn't TP into that fight looked bad initially for the Flying Mariachis. They lost the fight, but they won the play. They lost the battle, but they won the war.
Yeah, I feel some solid communication coming out there from Highlander, saying that he could just continue pushing, because all 5 members had to come down and deal with it, and they didn't even trade for nothing. They got a few members in response as well, so really nicely played there by the Mariachis to just take advantage of that inhibitor. It came straight back up and then went straight back down, because Highlander was just there to continue on pushing with those Baron minions, and there's only 1 inhibitor left exposed on the bot side, and I think this is just going to be the slow march to doom now, as Flying Mariachi's looking to end this with a really strong fight.
Yeah, the Flying Mariachis playing the tune, which will be the march, will accompany the march, as they are the Mariachis, of course. Heading towards the bottom side, pushing that one in now. I don't believe they have the Baron buff available to them anymore, but there's no real turret to take down, so that shouldn't matter too much, and they don't really need the wave in the end. Mino English actually goes on towards Blib, and Blib might be in some trouble here. I think he loses this fight if the parallel convergence lands. The Ignite's on towards Mino English. In comes the final spark. There is the chrono break. The Deathmark comes through, but it is Mino English that wins it. Doesn't die to the Deathmark either. Meanwhile, Highlander, he's proving to be as much of a nuisance as he has all game, and forces the rest of round 6 away. The third inhibitor's down now. That's 3 down. That's 2 super minions in every wave, but I'm not sure it's going to matter, because I think the Flying Mariachis want to end this one right now. Mino English gone towards the top side to get some more minions for his team, as Highlander face tanks both turrets and the entire team with his ultimate running. He will actually have to back away in the end. The turret doesn't quite go down yet as the fight goes backwards and forwards, almost engaged, but not quite. Mino English, he will go down. No chrono break available for him, so he's taken down by Jungle Prodigy. Another kill might be coming as SLB finds himself locked up in the silence field, but he just about gets away. In comes the curtain call on towards Epic right now. A lot of damage coming through on everyone. Glacial Fissure comes through. Muyu picks up the kill onto Jungle Prodigy. El Goldo picks one up on the backside, and I was proved wrong. Highlander did eventually go down, but El Goldo pays the blood price for it, pays for it with his life. Blib coming out of base, he's speedy, he wants to kill. On comes the Deathmark, but there is the QSS instantly, and that just means it's completely negated. Blib has to back away, no more kills for round 6, and they hang on to their Nexus, but does it really matter?
Yeah, I mean, everything going down there, both Nexus turrets, only that available with double super minions coming in as well. The minions might just take it themselves, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
the wave
Blib
clear
is
isn't
in
broken.
trouble. Sam Haribo's healing him up. Epic and Blib, they don't bring the most wave clear right now, particularly against the super minions. Already going down to about half health. This inhibitor, they're trying to bait them over towards the fountain, and when the minion waves are spawning, that might have just saved the day for the Nexus right now. It is gonna stay alive. That would have been a slow and painful death for round 6, but thankfully for them, Jungle Prodigy is back and the minion wave came up just in time to keep the Nexus alive.
I think Highlander should just TP in right now.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That would be the end of the game.
Just disrupt it just so that they can finish with the super minions. As
Yep.
the entire team is coming in now, Flying Mariachis is grouping up. Highlander having the TP available, Ward goes down, is TPing into that minion.
Yep, here he comes, and he could have done it earlier, I feel. Got the solo kill on towards the Nexus, but it doesn't matter. His team are here now as well. Muyu actually going very low. Deathmark onto him. Doesn't have the QSS available yet, and Blib picks up that kill. A big ultimate coming out of Jungle Prodigy. Splits up the entire team of the Flying Mariachis, but Highlander, he's just ending the game right now, and he's done it with the help of SLB.
Yep.
The fight looked to be going in favor of round 6, but that's because Highlander wasn't paying any attention to it whatsoever. He was focusing the Nexus. The first game in this best of 2 series goes over to the Flying Mariachis in what was quite convincing, but a little bit sloppy towards the end, let's say.
Yeah, Flying Mariachi's doing a really good job of coming back from that 0-3 deficit in the mid lane, just generally staying relevant and doing a really good job of Highlander just straight up carrying in that top side, staying so tanky that no one could take him down. Even the extended fight with Soraka healing everybody else up couldn't bring him down, and just such a good game. Ground 6 with a few mistakes here and there, throwing that lead, but can't hold it against them. It was the first game of this series, and we'll have to see whether they can do something, fix those issues in the next game.
Yeah, but actually, they haven't actually clocked a single draw this season, so I mean, it's judging by their record, it seems unlikely they'll be able to pick up the second game, pick up the draw. But of course, things can always change, and the draw would still be pretty good for them. I think it would just about keep them in contention for the playoffs if they were to pick up that draw. Actually, no, I think they would be just too far behind if they pick up the draw. So I think now they're just playing for seedings, which is very important in the promotions either way. So that will be the second game of this series that we will come back to in a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 of this, what has so far been a quite exciting, if interesting, series so far between Ground 6 on the blue side for this game, and on the red side for this game we have the Flying Mariachis. The Flying Mariachis, with that win in Game 1, have secured themselves at least a draw, which should put them up into contention for second, and they'll be looking to get even into better contention with a win. We are seeing a little bit of an issue. Once again, we've not been having very much luck with the lobbies so far, but should get back into it any moment. That might have literally just been a misclick. Oh no, okay. Right, so it'll be a little while as one of the members of one of the teams wasn't as ready as the teams thought they were, so we'll just wait for him to return to his computer before we get back into the lobby. So, okay, he's here. Okay, so we'll be getting back in right now. Sorry about that. Slightly strange issue, perhaps, but we are back in. So, as I said, on the blue side, Ground 6. On the red side, it is the Flying Mariachis. My name is Tasty Aldar. With me is Good Bro Joe, and Lulu and Kindred are the first two bands.
Definitely taking away those two power picks at the minute, and be interesting to see whether they're going to potentially look to take away maybe that Maokai from the top lane, or whether they're going to be happy enough to just give it over again and come up with something a little bit different. I mean, Gragas worked so well in the first game, could easily go for a first pick of it again and look to possibly just camp out that mid lane, get a little bit of kills onto Blib once more and see if they can carry it again, or whether they're going to Mariachis will be wise to their plan and have some way of avoiding the potential tents that could be set up.
Absolutely. Echo ban makes a lot of sense. That's an adaptive ban as well as the Z ban, so Blib will not be able to get quite so strong as he did last game on Z, at least. He might look to another champion to do so. Mino English really took over the game quite handily as Echo in the last game, so that will be banned away as well. Anivia, of course, banned against Nuri, as it always is. Yasuo, an interesting other ban as well. And Trundle, the first pick, coming through on the side of Ground 6.
Yeah, I mean, definitely got to take away the Yasuo from Blib. He's so well known for playing it, and Trundle is an interesting pick. I like this. They can't really pick the same kind of full tank that they wanted, because if they do, then Trundle's just going to ult them straight away, steal all their resistances, and just wail on them. Keep on constantly pushing in that top lane as well, which he can do so well, especially once he gets the Titanic Hydra.
Absolutely. This other seems unlikely to me so far. The Brawl makes a lot more sense. SLB had a good game on that last time and will lock it in again. Actually, it's Highlander that locks it in for him, but you get the idea. Picks being rattled through here all seem pretty viable. Maybe not the Garen. The Gragas is what's locked in, so that'll be taken away from Jungle Prodigy, who did look to go to that pick early in the rotation last game, but he didn't have all that much of an effect on it besides setting up his tent in the middle lane.
Definitely.
Ooh.
Covering that Maokai, potentially he could take it top and send that Trundle into the support position. He does do such a good job with those pillars and could do fairly well into Braum, able to split them up, and it is locked in. Maokai in the top lane, Trundle in the bottom, and Lee Sin in that jungle looking to potentially duel away and could easily kick away that Gragas if he does go for any kind of engage.
Absolutely, and I think the fact that Maokai made it through to the second rotation here is just somewhat incredible based on what happened in the last game. Highlander was so huge on that champion in the last game. It wasn't banned, that was the first weird thing, and it wasn't picked in the first rotation for Highlander as the second weird thing. And I mean, it's gone straight over to the other side. Maybe they were baited into thinking they didn't need to pick a support because Trundle had already been locked in, but they should know that Trundle can go to the bottom lane just as easy as he can to the top lane. So interesting to see that one going over to the side of Ground 6 for this one instead of the Flying Mariachis.
Definitely. Gonna have to see what they're gonna pick up in response as well for the Mariachis, who may be looking to pick up a power bot lane with this Lucian, and Braum is such a really good combo, able to stack that passive nicely, and Poppy in the top lane is such a good pick, and it is left through against Maokai, and that's going to be pretty happy for Poppy. He's going to be able to get some high base damages off that Q to keep on pushing those waves and get some really good trades in. Have to see what Blib decides to take in this mid lane though, as they do opt to let Nuri have the counter pick as the last pick for Mariachis.
Yeah, we'll see what he goes for, but on the other side, what he will be up against will be locked in, as well as the AD carry coming through for Ground 6. It will be Vayne as the AD carry and Aurelion Sol going over towards the middle lane.
Yeah, Aurelion Sol being picked up, and Well, unfortunately, Zed has been taken away, so there's no full-on dive potential to come through that they could just jump onto Aurelion Sol and try to get as much damage as possible down. But we'll have to see what they pick up in response into this mid lane. Who could possibly be picked up into it? We'll have to find out. I'm sure he's got something locked away, and he could just go straight up for that Lux once again, try to just outrange the Sol.
Yeah, he actually came back pretty strong after going 0-4 at the beginning of the game on Lux last time. So if Nuri has adapted and can learn from his mistakes in the last game and try and have a bit of a smoother early game, then the Lux pick worked out pretty well in the end for him. So if he can do that, then it'll work out even better this game. So I don't see any reason for him not to pick it up. Not sure how it works into the matchup with Aurelion Sol. Don't know a whole lot about Aurelion Sol's matchups just yet, but perhaps you do.
Well, he has a... The thing is, Aurelion Sol is such a weird champion. I haven't seen enough of him to be able to come to a good conclusion about him just yet, because he just feels a little bit weird at the minute, in that he can either be completely amazing, where he just snowballs to the point of just uncontrollability, or he can just phase off into the point of just uselessness, where he just... It's mainly just down to the power that he holds in that Q, the ability to just stun so many members of the enemy team, and objective taking is such a hard thing to do against him, because if he gets a couple of stacks into that E, he can just fly from base, get that massive Q off, and just hit everybody in the team at the same time. And if you follow that up with a Vayne, with a Lee Sin, and just split people apart, then you can just look for some really favourable fighting. But I have to see how he scales into this game. Does looking to opt for that Ignite as well, so really looking to go full in onto Lux.
Yeah, Ignite will be what is locked in on the other side, I believe they do have. Second to change it, but actually, yeah, no, okay,
TP.
both go for TP, but so once again, both leaving it right down to the wire before they change their summoner spells, and it will be TP for both sides. So that adds just a little bit of extra global pressure for the Aurelion Sol for Blib, as if he didn't have enough already. And well, I think the fact that Blib locked in Aurelion Sol here is pretty shows he's confident on that champion, because this is a fairly important game for Ground 6 still. If they can still pick up this draw, that's still pretty big for them in terms of trying to not be in 8th, trying to get to the 7th place, trying to get that better seeding to help them remain in the Vespyr Premier League and the promotions. If you look into the chat, you will see the straw polls once again posted by my lovely assistant Grang, and you can vote on who you think will win this game between Ground 6 and the Flying Mariachis. Will it be Flying Mariachis like it was Game 1, or will it be Ground 6 trying to bring it back, trying to get their first draw of the season, and trying to get that better seeding?
I think most interesting point, not sure if we've looked at it yet, but Sam Haribo on that Maokai support, I mean, it'd be interesting to see him just go straight
You know
in.
what? You know what? I didn't even notice.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, so to be honest, it's not that bad, because the Twisted Advance is fairly good. You can really lock people down with the Twisted Advance, with the Arcane Smash, and keep people in place. You have to be careful though if he goes in on this Braum, because Braum's gonna have Braum has an easy time against Alistair, because once he does close the distance, he can keep the slows on top of him and stack that passive so easily. So Maokai gonna have to look to do the same, but works alright into someone such as Lucian, who's looking to be casting a lot of spells, same as SLB, who's gonna be looking to poke with that Winter's Bite, so he'll be able to get the passive off fairly regularly, get that maximum HP, and look for a favourable lane with that Trundle and Poppy fighting it off in the top side.
It still remains to see whether he'll go for the Grasp with the Undying, because the combination was so strong in the last game. I wouldn't be surprised to see him bringing it to the bottom lane. However, probably going to be Bond of Stone instead, one would imagine. Maybe even Thunderlords if he wants to go aggressive. But the fact that he has a Vayne in his lane means that he probably isn't going to be going for too many aggressive plays early in the game.
Yeah, definitely. Just try to sort of level it out, wait till it gets to a point where you can just lock somebody down with Twisted Advance, with the Arcane in Smash, because that is such a really strong tool in the mid and late game, because once you can just get to the point where you can just point and click onto somebody, follow them all the way, and then lock them down that little bit extra with the extra stun from the Arcane Smash, and then follow that up with Blib, with Jungle Prodigy, with El Goldo, just somebody who can do that extra bit of damage to just finish them off. It can be just such an instant win fight.
Yeah, so I'm being told that the vote has gone 56% for the Flying Mariachi, so a close one once again, but you guys think that this time it'll be Flying Mariachis. Last time you thought it was Ground 6, you guys were wrong. So we'll
That
see if
wasn't.
you guys manage to get it right this time. I'm going to say I've lost faith in your guys' prediction abilities, and I'm going to predict ground 6 just to be obtuse.
Oh, well, personally, I agree and think that Mariachis will win this one. Did such a good job of staying in the game in the previous match, and I think they'll be able to do it again because they are such a good team at just staying positive, staying at the point where they know their win conditions, and just playing it out to their strengths. And I think they'll be able to do it once more and take home the whole series as we start loading in, and we'll get to see the Keystone Masteries that will be rocked. Looks like it's just going to be pretty much standard as we see. Graspaline dying in the top lane, strengthen the jungles, Thunderlords on both mids, further on Lucian, but Warlord's Bloodlust onto Vayne, and Bond of Stone on both supports.
Yep, so Bond of Stone will be going over to Maokai. Also, like to point out the charred Maokai in the bottom lane. Possibly one of the worst skins in the game. Absolutely love it, though. And the Maokai skin I own, and the one I always use. A bit of a...
That's pretty harsh. It's not that bad.
Okay,
Come
no, there are worse skins, but it's pretty bad. It's
Are indeed.
yeah. It doesn't look too
Yeah.
bad in game. I'll give it that.
Look at that.
Pretty
Look
nice
at that.
in-game.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And a
In-game,
pulse
but the
so you can
splash,
just appreciate it.
yeah, the splash has some issues. Gonna have a bit of a pause before we can even get out of the gates. There you can see Glorious Aurelian Soul there, and Mino English having a bit of a lag issues as we wait for him to solve those and get back into the game. Looks like we are ready, so we should be getting back any moment now.
Aurelian Soul looks pretty cool in this pause window, gotta admit.
Yeah,
It's nice
I'm
and translucent
digging it.
there.
Yeah,
I quite like it.
not the Aurelian Soul skin, but actually going to be starting corrupting potion in the middle lane. I don't know if that's what most Aurelian Souls do or not, but it seems pretty logical to me.
I mean, but leave it to Blib to choose his own. I don't see the problem with going Corrupting Potion, just looking for a slightly more sustained early game, try to not die too much, and looking for an early invade. They do have the Braum, they do have the Gragas, and a Poppy as well, so... I mean, this is just a whole lot of dead if you get caught, and ward goes down from Haribo, and it cancels out the invade.
Yeah, absolutely. So this will mean the Jungle Prodigy is going to get some deep wards in. Actually, no, he's just going to hang out by the river instead. I don't think anyone's anticipating any lane swaps in this game. Aurelian Soul or what face coming out from me. We have to see whether it is what face or whether it is PogChamp that best describes Blib's performance on this Aurelian Soul.
Yeah, we'll have to see as it goes through. But who knows? I think Corrupting Potion is perfectly fine though. It gives you a little bit of extra damage when you start doing a little bit, when you start popping it and getting that extra damage down with that W, and just generally with your autos as well. And we'll have to see if you'll be able to survive long enough. I think Nuri's just going to constantly be looking to push him in though, as Lux likes to do on everybody pretty much. Just push him in, deny as much CS as he can, and see how well Blib can last hit under turret.
Yeah, what we are going to see though is we are going to see a level advantage for Blib as 2 saplings have been placed down. He's just going to throw his Q, I probably believe, into that camp there, and he'll pick up all the little raptors instantly, one would imagine. He's already got 2 of them. And gets the 3rd one as well. So that'll just be all of the little raptors picked up for him at minimal cost, and that gives him a little bit of a experience advantage so far in the middle lane. So an interesting little adaptation, an interesting little start there, using the AoE with the saplings as well. Nuri, however, still getting by far the better of these trades, so it doesn't matter all that much.
Well, the thing is, he's getting some decent trades down, but that Corrupting Potion is slightly better than the Biscuits because you've got that extra charge and hits that
There's
level
the level
2 early.
2. Nuri's in a lot of trouble. Flash burned actually there, so there is the level 2 coming out, coming from the extra experience that he got. And I said it didn't matter. I was completely wrong. Very well played by Blib there. An interesting adaptation, and I like it quite a lot.
Yeah, and it was a really good play by Blib to be able to do that. I mean, take the Maokai as the support, and you can weaken the camp enough so that you can get a fairly decent leash into that camp, kill all the little ones, hit that early level 2, and then just go full aggressive. Because we saw at level 1 he wasn't trading great as you wouldn't expect, because I mean, as you would expect, because it's Lux, and if Lux lands that ability, then gets the auto proc with that Thunderlords, it's going to do a lot of damage, and it'll just mean that you would get pushed off, but because he hits level 2 early, he can just go straight back in, land the stun, land that extra damage from his W, and just generally push him straight out of lane, and does burn the TP as well, so he's going to back and potentially just TP straight back into lane.
Yeah, he can afford to, seeing as he's already got that TP advantage right now. Might see him just walk back to lane instead. No, the TP is going to come out. He's not going to use the momentum and his E to get back there quickly. And actually, found himself in a bit of trouble, but the trade is negated by the fact that Nuri was stunned up. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Sam Haribo goes in on towards Muyu, and Jungle Prodigy is here as well. Muyu exhausted, has the Relentless Pursuit, flashes away as well. SLB in trouble, but he does get away. Muyu going to be condemned into the wall on the backside to make sure he didn't get any return damage from the gank. And the gank, I wouldn't say it was a failed gank. Both flashes burned at only the cost of the exhaust from Sam Haribo, but no kills to the side of Ground 6.
Yeah, and as we were saying in Champ Select, that Twisted Advance Arcane Smash is such a good engage tool. Once you just pick somebody who you want to go in on, especially the AD carry, it doesn't matter where you're standing, in the wave, behind your support or whatever, he'll just jump straight through jump top and then pop that Arcane Smash to knock you straight back, and it gives Jungle Prodigy so much time to just walk in a lane. As they did, burns out the flash of Muyu. Does still have the heal available, so he's not going to have too much trouble, and SLB also had a flash, so really nice advantage going towards the Mariachis early. Doing a really nice job. Blib having a good time in the mid lane. Did pick up that Dark Seal as well on his first back, so looking to get that little bit extra usefulness out of that Corrupting Potion. Plus, going to be able to get that little bit of extra AP if he starts getting more and more damage down with the potential kills and assists.
Yeah, absolutely. It synergizes well with the Corrupting Potions, but it also means that he might be looking to snowball as well. Me know English. Look to try and get the reverse happening in the bottom side, but Sam Haribo with a good sapling means that Muyu and SLB actually slowed down quite significantly. Sam Haribo's flash is forced, and the concussive stacks aren't quite secured. Meanwhile, on the top side, Jungle Prodigy going for a gank onto Highlander, who's knocked backwards by a very good pillar there. Epic flashes in, chomp for the kill, first blood to the Trundle. Ground 6, once again, starting off the game strong.
Lovely wait there by Prodigy to wait out the flash. As soon as the flash goes down, he just follows through with the kick and then keeps landing that red buff slow to keep him locked down. Long enough for Epic to land the flash and the little grasp of the Undying proc to finish him off. Really nicely played by the Mariachis on the top side, and they're going to push that in, try to burn out Highlanders as TP. Oh, sorry, Ground 6 in fact.
Yeah.
Getting a little bit confused with the sides here. But yeah,
absolutely.
Highlander's going to flash TP into that top side and just clear out the wave as it hits his turret, and to see what they'll go for as we start to scale through. Blib doing such a good job in that mid lane though to start out farming this Lux.
Yeah, and big wave building up on the bottom side for El Goldo and Sam Haribo, who are being forced away from it. And in comes Mino English for a return gank here. Sam Haribo tries to use him as a taxi, but there is the body slam. Another unfortunately timed pause for us right now. And seeing who's called that pause. Just going to be hopefully a little bit of lag issues, nothing too major. And we should be able to get back into the game where I'm sure Sam Haribo is almost certainly about to die.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, no flash, no exhaust. He's not really got any way of getting out, so just gonna wait around as Nuri is having some issues. But gonna wait him out, but at the same time, gonna have some lovely bit of damage on that side to get well, Haribo's going to go down. Mariachis will pick something up in return, and El Goldo, having to burn that heal, still has his flash available, so he'll be able to get out of any potential turnaround. Get straight back in.
Resume. Sam Haribo survives longer than you'd expect, and actually forces SLB to be the one who picks up the kill, so that could have been worse, as, just kind of thought, you know what, he's already dead, I'll just walk off, and almost was burned for it, not quite, though, and Liv actually tries to go aggressive onto Nuri, but just gets some poked down.
Oh.
Actually, in comes Jungle Prodigy, and there is the shout coming out of Blib, and that is a kill secured there by Jungle Prodigy. We'll be picking up that one in Ground 6. 2-1 so far now, as Epic looks to go aggressive onto Highlander on the top side. Has the Subjugate running, chomps him on the back, as well as the Grasp of the Undying proccing as well, and gets by far better at that trade.
Yeah, Jungle Prodigy with a really nice gank there, just walking into the Raptors and just saying, hey, we can go on this. No, Blib lands that little bit of damage. Highlander's going in, but Jungle Prodigy's here.
Might have been a mistake. He saw the fact that Epic was up against the wall, but he might have done better to avoid paying any attention to it. A beautiful kick from Jungle Prodigy puts Highlander back over the wall towards Epic, gives him a taste of its own medicine. And Epic, once again, is the one who gets to secure the kill, which is, of course, good for Ground 6. 3-1 now, 100% kill participation for Jungle Prodigy, who is also a full level ahead of Mino English right now.
That was great. Just knocking Epic straight over the wall, and then Jungle Prodigy was just like, "Nah, I'm gonna give you the kill anyway," and just kicks him straight through. To the Lee Sin delivery system proving strong there. As pick up another kill on that top laner, and he's gonna be happy with that as he keeps on going. Blib doing some nice trading here. Hasn't got the ultimate available, so can't go for the full burst.
He'll have it quite soon, and if another stun hits Nuri, that's probably going to be a dead Lux in the middle lane. No Ignite available for Blib, but he does have such a huge amount of burst damage. Sam Haribo actually comes out of the bush, and Muyu and SLB didn't realize he was there, but the Unbreakable's blocking all the shots right now, and Sam Haribo finds himself in trouble. In comes Jungle Prodigy, though, and the TP as well. Sam Haribo might be returned on the backside. He does go down to SLB, and El Goldo and Muyu actually having a very close fight. Grasp of the Undying came out, I think, there. I don't know what happened, but something happened, and Muyu picked up that kill. Jungle Prodigy comes in, will secure the kill, takes it away from the turret, actually takes it away from El Goldo, who would have picked that one up instead, so maybe he would have done better to leave it, but he secures the kill anyway. I could have sworn I saw a Grasp of the Undying between those two AD carries, even though that doesn't sound very likely. Mino English actually comes towards the middle lane now and gets stunned up and subjugated, and he finds himself in trouble. It is the Tiamat active that picks up that kill. Voice of Light comes through. Blib picks up another one there in the middle lane. That is the solo kill. The flash Voice of Light provides so much burst, and once again, Nuri's early game is leaving something to be desired.
That was fairly disgusting on that mid lane, getting those kills. But yeah, so some aggression coming out of Sam Haribo, but he's 2 levels down, and that was fairly greedy going in. The lowest level in the game at level 4, only one behind Mino English, who's had such a horrible start in the jungle, and he's gonna really need to start leeching some XP from somewhere, because he's not even got his ultimate available for the extra little bit of reduction. And he's going to just sort of try and stick it out in lane, which is what we need him to do if he's going to have any kind of relevance as time goes on.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out what on earth I saw there when I thought it was Cross the End. It was like a cutlass, actually. I don't know.
Who knows? The Warlord's Bloodlust was doing certainly wonders for Goldo, but it just wasn't enough to really keep him alive against Muyu, who had that little bit of damage in the end. Dangerous game being procced as well when he got the kill onto Sam Haribo, because procs on kills and assists, so got that little bit back when he went down, and it turned out to just be the unfortunate end, as Prodigy picked up the kill as well. So not brilliant, but could be worse. As the proc the brown passive.
Sam Haribo already taking a big chunk as well as El Goldo, but in comes the TP. This will be Blib coming in. He fires the Q the wrong way though, and that means Sam Haribo's going to die. El Goldo won't lose this 1v1. It was a similar situation, but he does pick up the kill. Meanwhile, Jungle Prodigy on the top side is on a killing spree as they put the dive on towards Highlander, whose keeper's verdict clearly wasn't enough to keep him alive, and Epic and Jungle Prodigy once again putting the pain down on the top side. It's Highlander 0-3-0, Nuri 0-2-0, and the Flying Mariachi solo laners are not having a good time of it so far.
Definitely, same sort of story as the previous game, where lanes were just getting constantly pressured by a Prodigy who was just running around doing damage. Blib comes in, misses the Q though, as he flies straight past, but look at that damage that he's doing with those orbs.
Voice of Light comes through as well to slow Nuri down, and the flash is forced there. Is the light binding, and that will actually, they might look to turn it around. Nuri does have the blue buff, so his mana will be back up, but Mino English isn't quite close enough, and Blib will just back away in the end. So he did force the flash with that ultimate, so good play once again from him, and he is playing an impressive Aurelion Sol so far, I must say. While the Q didn't land, it zoned Nuri back towards the wrong side of the map, and that was good play from Blib, and Sam Haribo still not level 6 in the bottom lane though.
Like how Blib kept the Celestial expansion on all the way in case Mino English was heading up, which he was, and it meant that he could zone him away just enough, because damage in case somebody came through, such as Prodigy on the side, to try and help him out. Really nicely played there by Blib with the micromanagement of that ability, and looks like Prodigy Mino English is on this bottom side, looking to potentially gank or just go straight for this dragon, which is available.
Yeah, it is, but they're not going to go on towards it quite yet. Once again, both bot lanes just trading out, picking up the farm where they can. El Goldo Gets a good condemn onto SLB to make sure there's no further engage. The Winter's Blade didn't land anyway, though, so he didn't have much to fear. Muyu actually going aggressive on towards him, and there is such a huge amount of chunk damage. Heal comes out as well as the culling being body blocked by Sam Haribo. It means that El Goldo will be pretty alright, and he has the Warlords to sustain back up, so it shouldn't be as bad as it initially looked for him, but still, I mean, that was pretty convincing trade. Star Surge comes out from Blib, doesn't land the stun onto Nuri though, but he is still ticking him down with the stars. The Q misses from Jungle Prodigy. They're unfortunate, but they might have enough for the kill onto Highlander anyway. Epic on a rampage right now. Impressive performance on this Trundle. Titanic Hydra start paying off dividends as he picks up another kill, and it's Highlander now who's 0-4-0.
Well, it's a great start as well because you can just constantly push waves. Trundle himself has such good sustain in lane with that passive, and then he just pops that ultimate for the heals, for the resistances. Doing a good job.
Oh my goodness. Blib with another kill on towards Nuri. He keeps firing out these Star Surges, and while they're not landing, they're just zoning Nuri into exactly the right place for Blib to secure the kill, or to at least put a huge amount of damage on towards him with the Celestial Expansion, and with that Voice of Light as well. And he's playing... I mean, you know, I asked whether it was going to be Whatface or PogChamp. PogChamp unanimously so far.
Yeah, definitely. Getting all those stacks as well on the Dark Seal. Already it's 6, and he's stacking that Rod of Ages very soon, so gonna get some really nice damage as he starts scaling through the game. But only Morello on the other side for Nuri, who's just going for just straight up cooldown reduction and damage to try and do something in this game. But looks like Dragon is getting started by Jungle Prodigy and Blib, and they're probably just going to take this one away as Blib is low on mana, so probably going to be looking at back soon because not going to be able to use that Celestial Expansion or Star Surges, so going to have pretty much no lane pressure.
Yeah, I think he is just going to back away right now, gets to the Tribush just to make sure he's not going to have his back stopped. But he is on a ward, and he doesn't know it. Mino English actually going to go over the wall, does stop the recall, and Blib forced to flash away. It was preemptive, and it was perhaps a bit unnecessary, but it was very safe and very respectful of Blib to flash away there. He's level 11 right now, which is by far the... Well, not by far, he's only one level ahead of Epic, but by far ahead of any of the members of the Flying Mariachis right now, whose highest is level 9. 10 now on Nuri, but Blib still very far ahead.
I disagree with the unnecessary bit though, because if Mino had the explosive cask available, and if he'd knocked him back, then the follow-up from SLB and Muyu would have definitely been his doom. But Prodigy is down here, and that pink ward is going to be your doom as he earns the swag flash kick for the finish.
How about that flash being unnecessary? Does that one count?
That one was unnecessary. See, there's a difference. Like that one, he would have went down either way. If Blib hadn't have flashed, he could have potentially went down. So avoided a kill. Whereas Jungle just wanted points. He wanted style points as well.
Yep. Once again, Blib zones Nuri away to the side, and the damage, the Voice of Light! Incredible burst, and Blib is on a killing spree right now. This just keeps happening. Nuri clearly doesn't know how to play against this champion yet. San Haribo, with the Vengeful Maelstrom, will just about stay alive, but El Goldo won't be so lucky. Does get the tumble away, but Muyu still in range to land the last auto attack. Picks up 1 kill on the return, but Ground 6 still looking very good, and Blib, he's down towards the bottom side as well as Jungle Prodigy right now. Muyu being ticked down by the stars, whacking him in the face over and over again, and it's Jungle Prodigy whacking him in the face to secure the kill. TP comes in, and it's not cancelled from Highlander. He wants a kill right now. Feels like he can take on Jungle Prodigy, who does go quite low. Star Surge should come out from Blib, though, to save his life, but it must not be available right now. Nuri comes in, final spark, not enough to secure the kill to Sam Haribo, but this is so impressive from Blib. This micromanagement is insane. Wow. A double kill comes out, and that's what Aurelian Soul players need to be doing. That is exactly what Riot had in mind when they designed the champion. What play right now. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. Epic came down to the bottom side to join the party. Couldn't really do anything with it, but he might take the bottom side turret and so English actually missed that body slam as well, and that might mean he's in a lot of trouble. Zoned away by the Star Surge once again. A flash comes through for Epic to secure the kill. That turret might not go down though, because Muyu and SLB are back up, but still. This is looking so good for Ground 6 as they look to go 1-1 in this series and pick up their first draw of the entire season.
Yeah, that was beautifully played by Blib to just constantly be hitting those, hitting the stars where they needed to land, and Highlander just wasn't aware of how much damage he was doing, as he was just eating every single one, and then follow that up with a beautiful Star Surge on a Nuri, and that's an easy double kill picked up for Ground 6, who were just doing such a good job.
Look at the El Goldo bot, El Goldo's build. Eh?
Yeah, well, Stinger's not terrible.
No, I mean, he likes attack speed.
Yeah, you get a lot of attack speed, and the CDR is fairly good onto for Vayne, because you can get the tumbles, you get extra condemns, and you know it's kind of what you want. It's all right.
You know what?
Not
Well,
brilliant,
I'll
but-
give it to him. We'll see if he's able
Yeah.
to make it work. 50% attack speed, 10% cooldown reduction, so it is pretty good, actually. I mean, in theory, it's not bad at all, and we'll
Yeah.
see if he's able to make it work.
The best thing about Stinger is that it gives you a lot of attack speed, and that's dead.
Yeah, no matter how much attack speed Nuri may have had, though, it would not have saved him, as he did go down in the jungle to Jungle Prodigy, and TP coming in from Blib as he returns to the bottom side to siege up this inner turret now with the entire 5-man stack. Highlander trying desperately to push out the top side in response, but he's not going to be able to do anything near as much as Ground 6 were able to do in the bottom side. Jungle Prodigy going to throw the Star Surge on towards the blue buff and try and take that one away as well. Does secure it with the first expansion and the stars clipping it on the backside to pick it up.
Yeah, beautiful play there. TP's through, able to pick up the turret as well, but Jungle Prodigy catching out Nuri in that jungle, and he's doing such a good job of just constantly looking for him. Even when he's not in the mid lane, he's still camping Nuri.
Absolutely, and turret was taken by Highlander, so he did manage to do as much as the 5-man stack in the end, insofar as they both picked up one turret apiece. However, Blib's coming towards the top side, and he can go over the wall there. Highlander forced to go the other way, and Sam Haribo is there, slowed down by the voice of light. Sam Haribo stops, pauses for a moment, thinks about it, doesn't do anything too much, just throws the twisted advance on towards Highlander, roots him up for a moment, and then cancels it and goes away again. Nuri in a lot of trouble, but kicked away by Jungle Prodigy. A slight misplay from the Lee Sin there, and doesn't pick up that kill that time. It does chunk out Nuri to very low health. Muyu actually still winning the trades in the bottom lane to a certain degree. It depends on if El Goldo is able to get the full Silver Bolts proc off as he goes on towards Muyu right now, but he decides he doesn't want to quite take that trade right now. But meanwhile, Epic actually on towards Mino English, who was just trying to do his red buff. He just wanted to pick up a buff. He has actually escaped now with the use of his explosive cask to make sure Epic wasn't able to chase him any further, but still, the jungle seems like it belongs pretty much entirely to Ground 6.
Yeah, doing such a good job of just constantly pushing in, and now we're going to see this dragon fight potentially come out, because Mino English doesn't have the explosive cask available if they do start it off soonish, and Jungle Prodigy is already around there. No vision on the dragon as it's about to come up. It's all in their jungle, so not really going to be able to contest this, I feel. If they do want to try and go for it, it'll have to come down to either a miracle steal from Nuri or nothing at all. It's going to start off. Looks like it's going to go over for free.
Yeah, absolutely. Nuri nowhere near in range, I don't think, even of the final spark, and definitely doesn't consider throwing it out there. And, you know, Blib, he's been taking over this game so far. He's 3 levels ahead of Nuri, his counterpart in the middle lane. He's 5-0-5. His counterpart in the middle lane is 0-6-0 right now. And you know what? I don't think he'd be this far ahead if it wasn't for that excellent level 1 strategy we saw coming out between him and Sam Haribo there to help get him that XP advantage, which picked him up the early, well, burned Nuri's flash early, forced him away, and helped to pick him up early kills.
Definitely, and gonna see the siege coming through, but Nuri's got a lot of wave clear with that E, even though he's far behind and he's only got that Morale-Nomicon. He's gonna be able to still clear out the waves with those light bindings
Singularities.
and Lucent Singularities indeed. So yeah, just gonna be able to keep on pushing them out. Muyu is there as well with SLB, but not really going to be able to contest if they do go for a full-on dive, which they can do. Haribo's hungry, looking for a possible twisted advance on somebody on a priority target, and Prodigy just really wants those flashy plays.
Yeah. Highlander and Mino English both hanging around off the sides, looking for flanks, and now the fight might be engaged as the Glacial Fissure comes through, and Jungle Prodigy is the one who's tapped up by it. Will safeguard away to El Gordo, who also went pretty low. In comes a TP from Epic, and this should turn the fight around. Jungle Prodigy gets a beautiful kick onto Mino English and picks up that kill. The ult was being channeled by Nuri, but he didn't have time to fire it off. A double kill now for El Goldo. On the other side, the 2 solo laners of Ground 6 were picking up another kill on towards Highlander, and the ace comes through as Jungle Prodigy starts the fight, or finishes the fight like he started it, with a kill. And that means a clean ace at that for Ground 6, means they're going to take at least 1 inhibitor, probably the second inhibitor as well in the bottom lane. And you know what, they might even look to take a Nexus turret, though I don't think they'd quite be able to quite yet.
Yeah, not just yet, but that all comes down to that failed flash from Nuri. Going forward aggressively, gets instantly exhausted by Haribo, and then he's just not it. The rest of the team just aren't able to follow, and as it is, they just get one by one picked off with a beautiful TP into the middle by Epic, and after they get split up, they just one by one go down, full team ace, double inhibitor taken down, beautiful play by Ground 6.
Absolutely, and you know what? I'm gonna say, while El Gordo hasn't been the standout performer so far for his team, I'm gonna give it to him with the Stinger, I feel. And there comes the Phantom Dance as well, so he has incredible amounts of attack speed right now, and you know, he should be getting Silver Bolt proc after Silver Bolt proc now in these fights, and getting some crits coming through as well, now that he's finished the Zeal item.
Yeah, so I mean, the thing is, like, the Stinger just provides raw attack speed, and that's all you really want from it. It provides actually more attack speed than Blade of the Rune King, and going in aggressively.
Yeah, no, excellent use of the kick there. The Dragon's Rage with the flash, a beautiful insect coming out of Jungle Prodigy. Flawless play there from him, and Mino English goes down. The fact that there's no jungler means that the Baron has been started up by Blib, who did take some damage from it because he started it up on his own, but the rest of his team is there now to help tank El Goldo. Comes through it pretty hard with the true damage that comes through as well, and Sam Haribo trying to just zone the rest of the team away right now. Final Spark came through for an attempt at steal. Didn't land it though. Voice of Light goes across two of them and does some decent damage, but no kills secured just yet. SLB, not Bones, SLB, will be going down as the Sonic Wave hits him, and Highlander going to be autoed to death slowly by Blib. Autoed to death slowly, and double kill coming through for Jungle Prodigy as well. Ground 6, they're looking to end the game right now. Jungle Prodigy goes on towards Muyu, who does get saved actually by his jungler. But I'm not sure it's going to matter all that much. Culling comes across, does some decent damage to El Goldo. There's nothing that poor old Mino English and Muyu can do. El Goldo smacking away at the Nexus. And this is a win coming through for Ground 6, 27-5. What a game this was compared to the first game. Ground 6 this time, they got the early lead, but they managed to do something with it. Incredible plays, particularly from Blib and Jungle Prodigy. And you know what, Epic as well. And a convincing win brings them to their first draw of the season and still keeps them in contention for 7th place. Meanwhile, that does significantly hinder Flying Mariachi's chances at coming second now.
And the thing is, Blib just did such a good job that game as well, not even dying, 6-0-10. Just doing so much, but the thing is, he just did so much damage, most damage in the game with that 21k. Only next up was in fact Muyu on that Lucian, who did 15k, and then after that, it's just further and further back, and it just meant that the discrepancy was just too much in the end, as they just one by one went down. And Ground 6 just played a much more comfortable game that time round, and just really brought it home.
Absolutely, and yeah, a commanding win in the end. And so, with all the changes that will have happened to the Premier League standings, you guys will be able to check out in roughly 30 minutes when Gran gets around to updating it. So be sure to do that if you want to see what exactly is going on. And we have one more week left now of the regular season, and teams with that last game that will happen next week will be deciding exactly where they'll be coming, who will be getting into playoffs, who will be forced to play in the promotion tournament for their lives in the Vespyr Premier League, and who is going to get the coveted second spot for that extra bit of seeding for the playoffs. You do not want to miss it. This is it from us this week. So it's goodbye from me, and it's goodbye from Good Bro Joe as well. And that will be it from us.